movement started with the People's Dialogue, and is an organization that's very much rooted in engagement with our members, with the general public, and then obviously also experts, because we realize that when it comes to policy making as a political party, we certainly do not have all the answers. So we really appreciate this opportunity where we can speak to experts on specific issues, and listen to what the solutions are to the many problems that we face as a country. Education being one of the core issues to ActionSA, because we believe that fixing our education system is one of the most important things we can do to ensure our country can be a more prosperous nation, and that more people in our nation have access to opportunity. While we've made a lot of strides as a country to increase access to education, the quality of our education system is unfortunately still lacking behind quite a bit. Just a few months ago, the Pearl study was released that indicated that almost 82% of grade 10 or 10-year-olds cannot read for meaning. This effectively means that given a basic piece of literature, they are incapable of understanding what that piece of literature means. And that is an extremely worrying statistic, because if they can't get that addressed, that means that the rest of their school journey will be very challenging for them. So there's fundamental issues in our education system that we really need to address and try and fix. So today's conversation is obviously not going to be the silver bullet that fixes all of those problems, but it is an opportunity for us to discuss on what we can do better as a country. And this will obviously then feed into us as ActionSA. Our policy conference is taking place on the 12th to the 14th of September. And all of the stuff we discussed today will feed into what we ultimately, as a political party, decide to offer as our policy on education. So I think I'm not going to try and speak too much today. I think I don't know who wants to go first with the presentation. I think Jennifer, I don't know if you are ready to go with your presentation online. Are you able to unmute yourself? Just give us an indication if you are ready. Okay, I'm not sure if Jennifer can hear us online. Morning, Dr. Pitso, I see you've joined us as well online. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Faleni. Dr. Pitso and Dr. Faleni, I'm not sure if either of you have a presentation that you want to share with us today. You can also just give us an indication. I'm not sure if anyone online can actually unmute themselves and
hello, Johan, can you hear me?
We're not hearing anything.
Can you hear me? Hello, Johan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think if that is the case, then I think I'll start with my very short presentation. Okay.
So Lenny, I don't know if he can hear you, but others can hear you.
Jennifer, can you quickly see if you can share your screen, and if you can unmute quickly, and all participants are allowed to share. No, I'm afraid not. It doesn't seem like we can hear anyone. Yeah, Dr. Faleni, can you quickly indicate whether you can hear us and whether we can hear you? You just quickly say something, please.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm here. I can hear you very clearly, but I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm also unmuted.
I see Dr. Pitso and Dr. Faleni are talking, but we just can't hear them on our side. Dr.
Other
Fellaini?
other participants can hear each other. It seems it's just the moderator is the one who can't hear anybody else.
Okay, great. We've heard Bill now. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll start with my presentation, and then hopefully we can have our people online join us in a bit. Okay, you able to share my presentation? Okay, so I'll just give us a short introduction to where ActionSA's education policy is heading towards. This is obviously not a final policy, and this is very high level. As we get closer to the policy conference, our ideas around education will become a bit more clear, and then at the policy conference taking place in September, ActionSA will adopt a set of policies that will form our education policy. Our general approach to our policy is based in the South African dream. I'm sure everyone is aware with the concept of the American dream, which was something that was kind of coined in 1931, and talked about the dream that of a land in which life should be better and richer and fuller for everyone, with opportunity for each according to ability or achievement. So we echo that vision in belief that anyone in South Africa, regardless of where they were born or what race or class they were born into, can attain their own version of success in society in which upward mobility is possible for everyone. So this is what South Africa, or ActionSA, is founded on, is this dream that we created a society where these barriers to our own well-being is lifted. We all know that we have a history of racial division, and those racial lines are still prevalent in South Africa, where a lot of people are, where your circumstances at birth have a lot of impact on your ability to achieve your goals in life. And I think the key thing here is also having people being able to attain their own version of success. So success, however they may define it, whether it's economic, social, cultural, that they can achieve that success. And they have the freedom that is substantive rather than just theoretic. But they have the freedom to actually go and achieve those things without facing many barriers to achieve that. This then translates into our dream for education. So this is a South Africa, once again, that has been able to reclaim its position among the leading developing economies of the world. And we do this through an education system that provide for our young people the tools that they need to achieve their goals in life and empower people to be lifelong learners. So once they leave the schooling system, that they are capable of going out there, accessing the information that's available in there, use that and use that to empower themselves. Within this type of education system, we also see this as one of the strongest tools we have to our ability to decrease inequality, and it empowers South Africans. The education system has the ability to empower South Africans to be genuine counterparts in a dynamic and vibrant economy. Our education policy is based on a few foundations. These are kind of the areas that we think are really important that we need to build out on, and that being strong institutions, a strong ECD foundation, basic education system that empowers people, secondary education that upskills people, and then further education that empowers people again to participate and follow their dreams. So when we talk about strong institutions, one of the biggest challenges that is constantly identified as a problem in the South African education system is the dysfunctional nature of our administrative system. So what we really want to build is a professional and well-managed national education department that develops and oversees the implementation of fit-for-purpose policies and operational standards within the education system. So that also means there's currently a lack of balance between implementation for different provincial departments. If you look at most indicators, a province like Gauteng and Western Cape does significantly better than many other provinces, and education in urban areas are generally of a higher standard than they are in rural areas. So we want to create a system that overcomes those challenges. And there's various ways of doing that, and that's part of it is the depoliticizing the education administration and making sure that people that are truly the best at creating and implementing education policy is in charge. We also understand that education does not only take place in the classroom, and it really requires a whole of society approach. So part of what we would try to achieve is increased collaboration with other sectors. So rather than seeing the private sector as almost a enemy of education, we see them as a partner, and the same goes for communities. I think there's a lot that can happen within the collaboration between educational institutions and communities, and making sure that all of our society is committed to improving our education system. When we talk about the ECD Foundation, and I'll allow my colleague Angela to speak a little bit more about this later on, and the importance of ECD, we believe that this is where your education journey starts, is when the first time that a child is exposed to basic education in the ECD system. This is effectively where the very most fundamental skills for learning is developed, and we would like to create a strong system there that where all parents have access to strong ECD institutions for their children, and affordable and all that stuff. And this part of this is also making sure that our children receive the adequate nutrition for their age, to make sure that we address issues like childhood stunting. And once again, really talking about the community and building community, and really feeding into that mantra of it takes a village to raise a child, and making sure that once they enter the basic education system, that they have the foundational skills necessary to keep on growing and developing. When it comes to basic education, ActionSA believes that the ultimate focus should be on reading and basic numeracy. I think the fact that we perform so poorly on reading for meaning is a massively worrying indicator, and South Africa is one of the worst performing countries in the world in that aspect, and that's something that fundamentally needs to change. There's obviously been a lot of challenges, and I think we lost quite a lot of progress with COVID and the fact that children missed out on school. But that will ultimately be our focus, is making sure that we get reading for meaning right, because all other learning depends on that. A big part of the basic education system is also making sure that the education workforce is empowered to deliver high quality services to the learners. I think being a teacher in South Africa at the moment is a very challenging job, and we need to make sure that we are able to firstly train our teachers better, and then also provide them with the support they need to really fulfill their duties with a high level of competency. And then we also want an intermediate phase that builds on a strong foundation, teaches children to learn and think critically, because that is becoming even more important now as access to information is becoming less of a challenge. It's now how to access that information and how to use that productively. When it comes to secondary education, we then thus believe in upskilling young people. I think the notion that all children should follow the same path is probably slightly outdated, and we should be offering more options for our learners to make sure that they have the access to the education capabilities that most fit their skills and their needs and their wants for life. So we are considering something like a dual education, or not a dual education system, introducing something like a technical and artisanal stream in our education system, where young people can go and learn skills that are necessary in the labor force from a young age. So by the time that they leave school, that they are capable of entering into the workforce immediately, because not everybody can, unfortunately, go to tertiary education, and it's not necessary for everyone to do that to be economically active. And again, this becomes very important to prepare young people for a volatile and complex world. I think there's a lot of things happening in the world that is currently making it a harder place to live in, and we need to prepare our young people to not only just endure in that world, but also thrive, and that needs exposure to complexity thinking and things like that. And then when it comes to further education, there's critical labor shortages in critical areas in South Africa, and we need to make sure that our further education system is aligned with what we need in the labor market. And I think there's a point that needs to be made that but in South Africa's case, where we have 62% youth unemployment, making sure that people have the skills once they leave school and then go to tertiary education is really important to make sure that we can grow as a country and that we can provide more access to economic prosperity for more people. We also really need a revamp of our technical and sectoral education systems. At the moment, I don't know if you've ever done a course at a CETA, but it's often of a very low quality, and it often is just a kind of money-making scheme rather than really empowering people to grow professionally. So we need to relook that. And then we also need to increase access to adult education. There's millions of South Africans that have been denied the opportunity to quality education. And just because they're not of school-going age does not mean that they don't still deserve the chance to access education. And if somebody has been denied the opportunity to finish matric and they're in their 50s, they should still be able to do that. And we need to make sure that they have more access to that, and we have more options for people to fulfill or to pursue their educational dream goals. So thank you very much. That's where we stand currently at a very high level. Not a lot of detail in there yet. I understand that, but so hopefully our experts will today share their ideas of how we can achieve these goals that we are set for ourselves. Thank you very much. Let's see. Can we now allow one of our online participants to present? Jennifer, I think we'll try to go to you again. I'm actually going to make you a co-host and see if that makes things a bit easier on your side. Jennifer, you're currently still muted.
As to who they are and exposure within that particular field.
Sure.
So, when we get to answer questions and stuff, I understand the background.
Okay. Yeah, so Jennifer is an ECD expert. Okay. Okay, so Jennifer's just trying from another device. So if there's anyone else, Professor Dr. Pitso or Dr. Faleni, do either of you want to take a chance to talk to us a little bit?
Let me come in. Good morning, colleagues.
Okay, we've got Dr. Pitso, I think we've got online.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Here
we go.
Let me show my face. Thank you for giving me this opportunity for sharing with you, colleagues. Let me stop the video. Can I stop the video? I have few points to share that we are part of BRICS, and we need to look at how BRICS can influence the shaping of the education policy. Though we have read more on the challenges of education system, we learn on daily basis that there's a need to review the policy. And let me share some of. Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is. Thank
you. Hello, colleagues?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's important that we look into reviewing the policy because it will help us in identifying the gaps and challenges that we are facing.
Sorry, Dr. Pitso, before we go ahead, can you just do a quick introduction of yourself, please? Just where your institution and where in your background. Thanks.
I am Professor Pitso. I'm working for the University of South Africa. I work in the Department of Educational Leadership and Management. Part of what I did in the past was education law, education policy, and law of education. I have written articles and book chapters around the subject of policy and quality assurance in education. I think that will suffice. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's a need to review the policy because it will help us in addressing the inequalities, keeping pace with changing needs, and enhancing curriculum relevance. It will help us to redefine our teacher training and professional development in schools, and with the efficient allocation of resources as well. We lack stakeholder engagement. And my view is that for policy to endure and remain effective over time, it needs to be well crafted, responsive to changing needs, and supported by various stakeholders. We always refer the challenges that we had from COVID. There were schools that literally came to stand still, especially in the rural areas. The biggest challenge that we have is that we still have schools that take place under trees. And when you talk of social inequalities, those who are in urban areas will always excel. Hence, when top guys out there talk, they would say we have pockets of excellence, forgetting about the larger population of the society. We need to have that taken into consideration. For policy to endure and remain effective over time, it needs to be well crafted, as I've indicated earlier. And here are some considerations for ensuring the lasting impact education policies. And firstly, we need to understand that policies are not crafted in stones. They must serve the social needs and must always be flexible to change to serve the needs of the societies. We need to have comprehensive research and planning. And there's a need as well to have inclusivity and stakeholder engagement. We need to have clear objectives, flexibility, and adaptability. What we lack most in the dominant or the existing policies that there's no evaluation and monitoring, in the sense that it lacks that effectiveness in achieving the desired outcomes. We need to have long-term funding commitments as well, because for professional development to take place, there must be a well-structured professional development, not to have a workshop that runs over a week and then we expect that everything will be okay. The policy must be aligned and properly coordinated, in the sense that it will enable us to build proper professional development. It must always get public awareness and support. It starts somewhere as a discourse and then grows bigger to be a national discourse. We need to have policy that speaks to political stability and commitment. And by considering these factors, continuously evaluating and adapting education policies, it becomes more likely that they will ensure and have lasting positive impact on the education system and learners itself. There's mismatch between the policy, the current policy. It does not address the needs of the learners at all. Since September 2021, South African education has faced several shortcomings and challenges that have impacted the overall effectiveness of the education system. And I would like to share with you some of the shortcomings that were mentioned earlier in equality and access. Quality of education is quite important for us to look at, and the relevance of the curricula. You find that the current curriculum that we have does not prepare the students or learners for the world of work. There's unemployment and skill gap. There's lots of high drop rates as well. And educator support is very poor. So we still have issue of resources coming in. The issue of early childhood development was indicated earlier as another challenge. In this aspect, it is very limited, particularly in rural areas. You find that in those spaces, you find that basic skills, social skills, soft skills that the learners are achieved are not up to scratch and impacting on the learner development. We have challenge of violence and safety in schools, especially in rural spaces. We have teachers who were killed within the school premises, and this needs to be addressed. It's a policy imperative. And we have that challenge of policy implementation and the digital divide. It is quite disturbing to hear that some of our learners who pass matric see the computer for the first time in the university. And this contributes to the failure rate, where a student cannot use that as a learning tool because he has never touched a computer or a laptop in his life. And I think that it is important to note that addressing these shortcomings requires a holistic approach involving various stakeholders, including the government.
The net sound off.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And policy makers need to continue.
Yeah, I think I should be able to share content from here, Lance. Okay. Worst comes to worst, I'm going to
Policy makers need to continuously evaluate the impact of existing policies and develop new strategies to address these challenges, to ensure that South African education can provide equally and equitable education for all. And lastly, I want to comment on our TVET space sector. For me, it is the backbone of our economy. For us to compete effectively in the BRICS space, we need to revisit our TVET education. It lacks greatly, and it needs a complete revamp. The question that comes with that is that, to what extent is our TVET preparing students for the world of work? That aspect needs a reflection as well. I thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor Pietswe. Yeah, I think you summed up the challenges that we have in the South African education system quite well, and I think there's this, I've written down quite a few things that I'd like to get your insights on when we open the floor for open discussion. Yeah, but just to say that I think you very adequately illustrated the severity of the task, of how we have to basically do an entire overhaul of our education system to make sure that it's more equitable and more accessible for more people. So thank you very much for that. Jennifer, we did hear you earlier, so I think we can, yeah, I think if you are ready to present, I think that, yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm
Good
very
morning.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
But yeah, I've managed to, isn't it fun, hey, when you can't access things so readily?
Exactly. Yeah, Jennifer, if possible, can we, yeah. Okay, Jennifer, if you can just quickly, if you are able to turn on your camera so we can just quickly see you, and then you can share your screen with us as well, and we'll, yeah, we'll be able to see your presentation on our side.
There we go. Sorry, guys, I'm just busy getting this all done. There we go. All right.
Amazing.
Thank you, everybody. So I'm very sorry. I'm having issues today.
No problem.
Are you able to see my presentation there?
No, we see you, but we don't see your presentation yet.
Okie dokie. Let me get that up on the screen for you.
There.
Can you see that?
Nothing yet.
Not yet. Okay, hang on one second for me, everybody. Okay, I'm going to need a minute. I'm very sorry. I don't know why it's not showing, because it's showing on my side. I'm not sure why it's not showing on your side, everybody. Apologies. You're not seeing anything yet.
No,
okay, let me just try this.
Alternatively, I can also share your presentation from my screen.
Are you able to? Because I just sent it to you. That would be wonderful.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. Okay. Please. Okay, Jennifer, can you see your presentation on Zoom?
Yes, I can. Is that from yourself?
Yes.
That's perfect.
Because I'll just have to move your slides for you, so you can just give me an indication when I need to move the slides. Thanks.
Absolutely. That would be wonderful. Thank you. And I'm very sorry, everybody,
No problem.
For today. I don't usually have these issues. So, yes, hi. So I'm Jennifer McQuillan, and I'm actually here today. I do a work with the F&B care sector, and they do a lot of work on the ground. It was wonderful. But I'm here in my own capacity from under the sun. I've had 4 of my own ECD centres in London and in Johannesburg. I am a teacher. I'm a qualified teacher with a special needs focus. And my schools have always been combination schools. I also do a lot of training in our townships and in our informal settlements because there's a lot of upskilling needed. Our ladies are not empowered. So our aim is to actually empower our ladies and actually make them feel valued, because they don't get any government funding. You know, our education budget is 2% of that budget is only allowed for early childhood development. 2%. What can we do with that? So our ladies, they don't have access to funding. We've got about 198,000 ECD center, ladies in the workforce. They're mostly ladies of color as well, and they're the backbone of our society. I often think, our parents can go out to work. Why? Because we have ECD centers and we have preschools and we have daycare. And unfortunately, it's our more impoverished sector that, as usual, they're the ones that actually battle the most. So if you would like to move on to the next slide, that would be wonderful. So a quick overview. The overall outlook of the South African ECD sector is pretty bleak, to be honest, everyone. A historically ignored, undervalued and grossly underfunded sector. We've had minimal improvement in decades. And we're not just talking in the last 30 years with the current government, the previous government as well. And as I mentioned, women of color largely make up this national workforce, so parents can go to work. And trading in a residential area that is highly impoverished means fees are very low. So like you can see in this photograph, that's an informal settlement in Khayelitsha. And parents need to go to work. There's one tap for about 1,000 people in the settlement. So not only are residents actually having to access this water, our ECD center that are trying to maintain and keep high hygiene standards of sanitation, toilets, etc., etc. They're using one tap. And if that tap doesn't work, what happens, So accessing clean water, upskilling staff, providing nutritious meals and a quality early learning program are a daily challenge for our women. Honestly, everyone, I don't know how they do it. They perform daily miracles, honestly. They survive through sheer grit and determination, with some receiving help from NGOs. The next slide, please. So early childhood development, why is it so important? You know, that what do kids need? You know, early childhood development in the first 5 years, by the time you are 5, 90% of your brain has developed. So your brain's development will depend on what you have physically given your body. So your nutrition, your stimulation, your love, care, your nurture. That is what will actually be developed by the age of 5. Children need nutrition. They need safety. Our children in South Africa are not safe. You know, in the ECD sector, in centres, often because of lack of funds, infrastructure is not safe. They are in tin shacks that are literally falling down. There are pit latrines where our children are falling down our latrine. Our children are not safe because of gender-based violence. There's so much domestic violence, especially amongst our impoverished community. They need early stimulation. They cannot often afford to buy resources. And also, they also don't have teachers that are trained and equipped well enough to actually know how to use a resource correctly for a child, for their pre-math skills, for their pre-literacy skills, for their creative development. Most of all, a child needs love. And so many of our children do not have love. So many of our children at home, also, they don't have daddies at home. They don't have fathers at home. And sometimes if they do have at home because of unemployment, there's often substance abuse, and then there might be domestic violence happening at home. So we know that if there's healthy brain development, learning, problem solving, contributing to society, earning a living, future happiness, and relating to others, those things we can all tick off if there's healthy brain development. But our little ones are not getting that healthy brain development. Your next slide, please. So last year we did have a function shift where the DSD, they shifted the function to the DBE, and I think in many ways it was good. But however, yes, still the DBE have a huge challenge ahead with primary and with high school, and that budget of 2% is not going to get us very far, I'm afraid. So how do we make this happen? We're going to look at solutions, because there are solutions for early childhood development in South Africa if you have political will, number one. Number two, you need a budget. You need an adequate budget. And then you need to actually have a great plan. We actually do have a wonderful national ECD policy, the National Integrated Early Childhood Development Policy. It was approved by Parliament in December 2015. But it was approved and nothing else happened. It wasn't budgeted for. It wasn't ring-fenced, because also with the budget, you must ring-fence and protect that budget, and it wasn't implemented. A policy is of absolutely no use if there's no implementation. So that's incredibly important, that we have a government that has the budget, has the political will, but also, society, civil society, business, corporate, NGOs. We together can make this happen. And the reason I think on the whole that the early childhood development sector has got to where it's got today is because of the private sector. And that is, NGOs are helping. Who's giving the porridge and the nutrition to our ECD centers in need where they can? It's our NGOs, it's private sector, it's corporate doing work on the ground, And if you can see, if a center's charging 350 Rand a month for a child, and then your consent use, from your municipality is 174,000 Rand, how can they do these? How can they actually come up with these type of funds? So that's why we're sitting with nearly 60% of our centers in South Africa are not registered, not due to lack of wanting to be registered. They want to be compliant. They want to be legal. They want to have a safe, beautifully, providing a good quality early childhood development program for their kids. But how can you, if you have, there are so many laws that are actually, if you have a law, laws that are actually in place for, say, a suburb ECD center, that's not that doesn't actually, it's not in context for an ECD center in informal settlement. So we need to look at policy on how we actually go about the whole the consent use with the municipality, because literally a lot of our informal settlements, our townships, so many of our centers, they are literally because of regulation and municipal bylaws and the huge costs that are then asked out of them, from them, they literally cannot register. So that is incredibly important. And then for those who actually miraculously do manage to register with the Department of Health, the Department of Labor, Department of Basic Education, and I can tell you, for myself, who's had 4 of my own centers, You've got so many tick boxes to tick. It's incredible, which is good in one instance. We do need to make sure that we are safe in running good, solid businesses. But on the other hand, by Jove, why does an informal settlement need parking bays, things like that? So it has to be in context. And then those children can receive 17 Rand a day if the parents also pass the means test. A means test is if you earn just above minimum wage, then you actually can't get it. So there again, you've got government kind of saying to parents, listen, we don't want you earning very much, because if you earn too much, your centre won't get that 17 Rand per day per child. And you get it for 264 days a year. Can I just say, in contrast, our prisoners, what are they getting? They're getting 400 Rand per day, per prisoner, for 365 days a year. So that, to me, speaks priority. Please, can we go on to the next slide? And so you think, prisoners, my goodness me, why do they get so much? I don't know. It's just, government, they budget accordingly, don't they? But I can tell you, and it's a fact, that if more investment is made in the early years, there will be less prisoners, there'll be less need for rehabilitation, there'll be less truancy, less teenage pregnancy, less school dropouts, etc., and less gender-based violence. So we do know this. This is incredibly important. But, we also do need to look at the Children's Act. And it's actually and this is where things do need to change. The MSC responsible for early childhood development may fund early childhood development programs, but it's not obligated to. And by contrast, they are obligated to provide funding for learners in public schools. So what does it say to you? Our ECD centres, 99% of the time, they're NPOs, they're private. And so they're actually not obligated. The government are not even obligated to give them that measly 17 Rand per day. In the recent World Peer Report, we're looking at maybe looking at about 31 Rand a day. We're trying to see in the education sector if we can actually, if that would be enough for a child. But there's just so much policy, there's just so much that has to change in the meantime, Can you on to the next slide, please? That'd be great. At the end of the day, our younger citizens, like this little boy that you see, on that slide before, they're hungry, they're needy, they don't have resources to play with, and they deserve better. They are younger citizens. If we look at the Heckman equation, there's also another one called the high scope preschool preschool project. And they looked at, for over decades, they looked at underprivileged areas of children. They did a huge study. The James Heckman have also done huge studies and reports. The studies have been done. We have the facts, we have the data, that if you do invest in early childhood development, then it drives success in school and life. And because this is a critical time to shape productivity, because this is from birth to age 5, when that brain is developing rapidly. Your brain does not grow. You are not developing as fast as you are in your early years. If you just think about it, a child's learning how to sit up, to have milkies, to have their solids. They're learning how to talk. They're learning how to stand. They're learning how to crawl, walk, run. The amount of development that happens in the early years is massive. So this is where they need correct nutrition, correct food, correct investment, love, nurture, correct stimulation at school. So because we know that to foster cognitive skills, we need to do this in the early years. And especially for our at-risk children, because oftentimes at home, they don't have parents that actually can adequately support them because they don't know how often. So our interventions need to extend beyond the ECD centre. They need to extend into the home environment too, to our mums, to our dads, to our parents. They also need to know so that learning can then progress there as well. Next slide, please. So investing in early childhood education is a cost-effective strategy for promoting economic growth. So we have that as a fact, that if you actually do invest in early childhood education, so that 2% has got to be rocketed in the amount in a much, much bigger figure, we definitely within 10, 15, 20 years, we'd have a better societal future in our country that we love so much. It has such incredible potential. Our society would change the face of it. It would look like a different place. And also economically, we would have a far, far better South Africa for our own children to grow up into. My most important role, yes, I'm a teacher and I've had centres and I train. My most important role is I'm a parent. I have 2 6-year-old sons. My boys are in grade R. But you know what? They're thriving. They actually are adopted. They didn't start off life terribly well in a great situation. But they are now absolutely thriving, but because they have mum and dad who love them and are giving them at home what they need for 6-year-olds. So if a child does not have that, they so heavily rely on an ECD center. So we know that childhood education, early childhood education, is an efficient and an effective investment for economic and workforce development. The earlier we invest, the greater the return on investment. Next slide, please. So we know South Africa has a problem in learning poverty. A staggering 80% of children in South Africa can't read for meaning by age 10. And I know that, with the recent Pearl study, yes, it was 81% in the 2021 study. And then I think, the government, et cetera, was saying, oh, but COVID played a role. But actually in 2016, pre-COVID, 78% of the children couldn't read for meaning in grade 4 as well. So no, it's not a COVID problem. I think it exacerbated the issue, very much so. But the problem is there. It's been entrenched in there for many, many years. And it needs to change. Because children can't read for meaning in grade 4. Why? Because they do not have the pre-literacy foundation in their lives. Where does that happen? In the ECD center and at home with their parents who can read to them at night, etc., etc. And this is where training comes in as well. Our under 5 stunting rate is higher than all the comparator countries except Nigeria. If we look at the peer review that came out, which is shocking. I mean, in Gauteng alone, 30% of our young children in our more impoverished areas are stunted. We needn't have this. Our children just need to be given correct nutrition. But stunting really impairs a child physically and cognitively. Children from the poorest households are almost 3 times as likely to be stunted as those in the richest quintile. So there's this disparity, and it's growing. And there's a 30% point difference in enrollment in ECD programs between children from the richest and poorest quintiles of households. Next slide, please. And we know, we looked at the Thrive by 5 index came out last year, and there was a lot of staggering discoveries with the Thrive by 5 report. One of them was 65% of children are unable to do the learning tasks expected of their age, with 28% of children falling far behind the expected standard. That's shocking. That's in preschool level, all right? How on earth are these youngsters who do not have this solid, good foundation of education from an ECD center in their earliest, supposed to then thrive in primary school and in high school? These children actually start off on the back foot already from day one. Next slide, please. So we're going to say, well, what are the key benefits? I'm not going to read it all because there's a lot of information. I'm very happy to share slides, everybody. But what are the key benefits to supporting early childhood development? Nutrition. That has to be our key thing. Our children, we know that we need to have good, solid education, nutrition for children to grow and to develop properly. It's so like with our ECD centers that we work in, besides, trying to make sure that they're getting food that they need, we're also helping them to grow vegetable gardens, because we want them to also become self-sufficient. And the children can then, water their gardens and actually pick the vegetables and cut them and eat them and know about that's life learning in itself with a vegetable garden. And a lot of our ECD centers, they're so amazing. Honestly, our women in our sector are like, I'm humbled to work with them because the challenges that they have. In a suburb, you might have no water for a few days. You might have load shedding for a few hours. But we're dealing with women who actually never have power, who actually really battle to get water every single day of their lives. So it's incredibly humbling working with our ladies in the sector. They do such an incredible job. So we'll make sure, if children had correct nutrition, then they could get adequate calories, proteins, vitamins, minerals, etc. for healthy growth, which is so incredibly important. Improved schools infrastructure. This is a very important thing for our centers. So many of our centers are literally just not safe for children. And the fees that do come in, the minimal fees that do come in, if they do come in, because often if a parent can't pay their fee that month, our ECD center principals, they don't turn that child away. No, because this is vocational. They love the children. That they cannot turn the kids away. But school infrastructure really, really needs to be looked at and improved. Safety and regulatory compliance concerns, they are very, very valid concerns, because our number one thing is we want our kids to be safe, don't we? And regulatory compliance, we want, for all our centers to comply with regulation, but the regulations do need to be in context with that particular ECD center. And we do have such a wide variety of centers in South Africa. We have rural centers. Some of our centers might be literally under a tree or under an overhang. We have centers that are in mud huts, that are in tin shacks, that are in brick buildings, that are in various, forms of disrepair. We have such a huge variety in South Africa. So that is incredibly important that we get that right. And of course, if your center can't manage to actually, register, and I've already explained why often they can't register, they're excluded from government support programs, which it's there again, it's our most vulnerable are not receiving the support that they desperately need. Next slide, please. We also look at staff training and development. If there's no funding coming in from government for a center, your staff cannot be trained. So if we actually do plow money in, we plow funding in, then ECD becomes it's quite a hectic qualification to get. It's incredibly thorough. And besides the love and nurture and that care side of it, there's education. We need to upskill our teachers on preschool, on pre-math skills, pre-literacy skills, looking at all the different types of development holistically for a child. But how can they actually get that qualification and all that vocational training if there's no money to do so? So by having correct budget and making sure that our staff are trained properly, right? We then know that our teachers, we're also empowering our women, and we're empowering women of color who are they are the ones that just seem to be the last people on the rung of the ladder that do seem to get any help ever, and then also ECD becomes a vocation that is something to be aspired to, which is wonderful, as it should be. We in the sector, we don't do it for money. You do it because you love kids and because you want to make a difference and because you realize the importance of the early childhood development years. Creation of entrepreneurs and business leaders. This is massive. Where does this happen? In a country where unemployment is high, there's a fundamental need for new entrepreneurial business. I think all of us today will agree. South Africa needs new people to create jobs. We need entrepreneurs. We need this business boom in our country. So by encouraging and developing a child's critical thinking, their collaboration and their risky play, plus resilience being harnessed and nurtured in a quality ECD center, considered and sound risk-taking is more likely to happen as an adult. Our little future entrepreneurs are now sitting at an ECD center now, today. Entrepreneurs create employment for themselves and for others. And oftentimes they become formidable business leaders in the community and beyond. So this is what we want for our country, don't we? And where are our future entrepreneurs and our risk takers? They're learning all about that in the early years. Reduced school dropout rate, teen pregnancies and truancy. This is also massive, because if you get that foundation right in the early years, your children actually have a love for learning, and it's life education and it's also academic education as well. I must say that's so incredibly important. There's far less likelihood that they will drop out of schools. And also, if you're learning about, if the teachers have child protection training, girls learn up to respect their bodies. Boys learn as well to respect women, to respect their mums, to respect their girl peers at school. Less teenage pregnancies and less truancy as well. So this is a fact. And this all came out from the preschool project data. This also, James Heckman, everything I'm talking about now, we have the data to actually collaborate and to evidence what I'm saying today. And of course, the big thing is to break that cycle of generational poverty. Investing in early childhood development can definitely help to break the cycle of poverty. And we know that, but we need to all stand together to make it happen. Next slide, please. So here in this slide, you just see, in early years, and this is all about training, it's not academic learning, it's not worksheet based, it's learning through play and learning through repetition. So this is where teachers need training, because here you can see you've got your getting messy play, sensory play. You've got your future engineers happening there, in the sandpit there. It's so important that we have training with our teachers so our children are learning through play and they have correct guidance from those in their ECD center. Next slide, please. So let's look, what is the role of South African government? There are children's rights to basic nutrition, sufficient food and water, and protection. Now, in our Bill of Rights today, in our Constitution in South Africa. But there's a common misconception that early childhood development centers that have not been registered with the Department of Basic Education are operating unlawfully, and this is actually incorrect, just so you know. It's actually, as long as they're in the process of registering, they are lawfully and legally able to trade as a center. But yes, we actually, the role of South African government, they do have they have responsibility toward our young children. It's incredibly important to provide food and support and holistic care to our vulnerable children at our centres, but then extend that to the vulnerable mums and children at home as well. Next slide, please. This centre that you see here is a centre that I visited. It's in Doornfontein in Johannesburg. You know, you look here, you see happy kids, bright, it's colourful. The teachers do wonderful things. It is incredibly squashed. They've got far too many children in this tiny centre. And right outside is an incredibly unsafe area. I can't tell you. But you know what? These teachers, every day, they're at work on time. They work very long hours because if you think of normal people, when they have to, you know, going to work, they need to leave home at a certain time and get to work and then get home at a certain time. Your ECD centres have to open up at least 1 or 2 hours before parents leave for work and after, before they have to arrive at work. So your hours easily are 10 hours, 12 hours, you know, that our centres are open. It's incredibly long working day for most of our centres. Next slide, please. This is the second last slide, everybody. And so what is the role of South African business? And might I add here as well, is that the role of South African civil society, because we can get involved. And there's so many projects, and happy to share about things that are being done. But, you know, business needs to realize that they can actually, and I'm not going to actually read all of this, but this needs to be in the CSI and the CSR of companies today. This is something they need to actually realize. They need to put in place appropriate policies and procedures, including a policy commitment, because it's no use just having that policy if it's actually not implemented. And they need a due diligence process to address potential and actual impacts on human rights, specifically for our children in South Africa. So these are things that I think it's incredibly important for a business to have in their center, in their businesses today, everybody. And next slide, please. And this is my last slide. So I have been a bit rushed today. Sorry for that, everybody. I'm very happy to share these slides. But I cannot emphasize enough to you that if you get the first 5 years right in life, the chances of your next 50 years being so much better are absolutely exaggerated hugely. It's massive. So we are doing our young children a service in our country by thinking education only starts from grade 1. No, it starts from within the womb. The first 1,000 days are the most important days, and then your first 3 years and your 5 years. That is when our children's brains and bodies are developing. So I want to say, yes, are you concerned about education crisis in our land? Are you concerned about the safety of our women and children? Are you concerned about our societal and economical future in South Africa? If you are, invest in early childhood development. That's where we will see a change happen in our country. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Jen. I don't know if you heard, but we got a round of applause from the room. Thank you so much for that brilliant presentation, and made quite a few notes, and I'm sure we'll have quite a few questions for you. But I think you touched on so many such important things, and I think you came out of Professor Pietwe's presentation earlier as well, this nexus between having policy and then actually implementing it, and the need to strengthen institutions, and that's, I think, will be a big theme for our discussion today. And then also just, the importance of creating a healthier society and how important that is for a child's education journey. And I think, I remember doing some research on childhood stunting and just how scary that is, and how there's so many societal issues that play into that, and something like access to nutrition that is so hard to get right, but so important to do. So thank you so much for sharing. Dr. Naidu, I don't know if you would like to go next to have your opportunity. Yeah, please. Oh, you need the mic, yeah, sorry, so they can hear you online as well.
Good morning, everybody, and I want to say thank you for the opportunity of the discussions. I am, however, very disappointed that I didn't get notice to have a presentation, because I do believe there's many issues that needs to be raised, and if we're talking policy and forming policy or thinking of forming policy, one needs a very thorough understanding to see where we're currently at, what structures currently exist, how they're performing, if they're performing. And from there, we should be able to use what we have and then shape policy and from there actions based on where we at at least within the short term before we get into long term. So my apologies that I actually don't have a presentation. But I want to perhaps share what's my expertise in the hope that we can help in some forward discussion should you require information and suggestions on it that I could help give input. I was born a teacher, lectured at universities for a couple of years, and then went into the private college. So I've had for the last 24 years been in the private college, private school, and those particular industries. And through that involvement, I currently sit on the board of the Council of Higher Education. I was deputy chairperson of the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations that deals with the whole FET sector, TVET sector, occupational sector in the country. Currently serving in the Premier Skills Development Forum, HRD Forum in KZN. Sat for a brief period on the exams board, understanding how the whole exams, compulsory education or exit exams work, and work with various employer organizations in terms of understanding the role of education within the occupational space. I am sharing with this purely to say that I do think, and I would like the opportunity of giving input to your policy, but in the absence of not having prepared anything, perhaps I could just touch on some of the areas that I think would need greater discussion, research, before policy is even conceptualized. I'm very focused on the post-school education. I work, I think, from the day that the CETA environment and the HRD policy was conceptualized in 1998, and that helped inform the Skills Development Act and the Skills Development Levies Act. So being involved with it from then and to look over the years what has happened, I think one needs to seriously give a lot of considerations. Jennifer mentioned the lack of funding for the ECD and what's happened on the training side on the ECD. And I do think that taking, even if it's not from social development, but having to look at within the CETA environment and how one can pull funding from there, it is absolutely tragic on how, on average, 12 to 15 billion rand that's in the CETA environment is being spent through corrupt means, through inappropriate funding, through jobs for pals. And there's case scenarios that I can bring you, with the millions going around this. So much so, sorry, I forgot to mention, I'm also sit at BUSA as deputy chair for the education sector. And how the impact of a poorly run CETA system has impacted on business. Because if we looked at some of the industries that I work with, for the last couple of years, hardly any income have trickled down to the actual business where employed persons can actually get funding to improve their quality of life. So what is happening to all of these billions that is there? Where is it being directed to? If it is, who follows up that a particular 20 million rand contract is awarded? And I can show you in some CETAs, big contracts like this, the contract fizzled out. No accountability for the learners that were part of it. And here we see Jennifer, who sits in an ECD center, so desperately needing funding and cannot access it. So, and the reason I started with saying to look to where we are, because we need to start connecting the dots better. We need to start seeing where's these pool of resources that come through, and how can we as the sector put the money to more effective use. So that's some of my, and you can hear I'm not a fan of the CETA system. I just don't like the way it is run. I think there's huge elements of corruption within it. So in the post-school system itself, trickling down from there to the TVET system, for me, it's not I've been sitting on various boards and structures with persons from the department, DHET, in terms of looking at what's happening, what the types of qualifications that are being run, the employment opportunities post-training for the TVET learners, and it's not a good scenario. Billions and billions and billions of rands are put through there. Through the NSFAS funding, through whichever funding modality that currently exists. But the throughput that we expect is minimal. The employability of the individuals and the learners are poor. If you look at and go and talk to industry, and I talk to industry all the time because it's the nature of my work, do they take in, happily the TVET learners? Are they sought after as they should be? Because if I take Johan's comment in the beginning about the artisans and the training of artisans, they should be welcoming the TVET student, but they're not. We're sitting, and on Busa a few months ago, there was a lady from DHET, and I stand corrected on all of this because I don't have the funds and I'm speaking from memory, came in and spoke and was asking business for help in absorbing or providing thousands and thousands or tens of thousands of TVET graduates opportunities for workplace that intervention or internship, whatever you call that, because they cannot graduate. Government has spent billions training these, and these poor kids are sitting for years without being able to qualify because they don't have that crossover. For me, it's just unforgivable. It's unforgivable, firstly, to put money towards a structure that's not yet well conceptualized. Apart from that, people get salaries within these organizations that need to provide and execute on them. Oops, sorry. And that's been not effectively done. So the money is there, in my opinion. The way it works now, the money is there. The problem lay with the implementation of a lot of these. So if we're looking at policy, perhaps the policy imperatives are not absolutely wrong the way they are, but we're hopelessly wrong at implementation. And if it were me, I would start seeing where we are currently, what we're doing, your policy statements when you started, okay, we need to start looking at where we want it to be. Look at the current policy that exists and what statements can we make based on that policy, and why are we not seeing that implementation? It's because people that are running these things are not implementing it the way it should be implemented. So for me, that's a lot of focus needs to go, rather because I think as a country we talk too much about policy. Everybody that comes in wants to conceptualize, and Victor's told us what the policy must be like and all of this, and I am almost certain that we would have it in the policies, whilst I haven't really gone in and had to look at it. But then why aren't we achieving those policy objectives? And again, goes back. The issue on the DBE side, the tragedy again, is we so good as a country currently in spending money. So I had an opportunity of going into some of the schools in the urban Johannesburg, but in the townships. And I would say billions of rands went into putting in excellent infrastructure, building up the schools, put the best technology systems in these schools, given technology devices. But that's not going to change education. It's like buying a new car and not knowing how to drive, all right? So the lesser cost is putting in the software so that learning can happen. But putting in the software and expecting somebody to be able to putting in the hardware and saying somebody will make it work renders it useless in a school environment. And I've seen it in schools, excellent material, equivalent to the best schools in the States, community schools in the States, but not being in use. The teacher still has the sideboard where he's writing on, and he has the best equipment that's available. Again, not short of money, not short of policy, but short of implementation. So, and that's right here in Gauteng. higher education, and here I'm just jumping all over, forgive me, it's just that it's a lack of planning on my side. Higher education, look what's happening there. I had perhaps I can't share too much what's happening in these discussions within the Council of Higher Education, but through the media you can see the corruption that exists in appointments. Now, if you have a corrupt official right at the top, what are the chances of having a successful implementation within the institutions themselves? Because the funding that was supposed to have gone all the way down to build effective systems are not there, because it's been utilized in places where it shouldn't be. And it accounts again for what's happening at the higher education. When we see students, burning things and getting really angry, our first reaction is, oh my God, not again, But how else do they express the anger, at poor delivery? So again, we need to look at implementation of policy. What's happened? Where's all that money? Why are they going? I mean, you now, somewhere that I've read recently, you try and put the solution right, you'll be killed. So that's what I believe we should be handling. We need to find all these stories and find out what's the correct way of putting that, not necessarily putting it right, but how it should be. So at least you're seen as, okay, I can see now the money is there, but this is how the scenario should play rather than the way it is playing currently. On your issue on building strong institutions, when you started, Johan, I believe absolutely that should be done. The fact that if you look at what parents pay for private education in this country, and I'm sure it's including you, it's unacceptable to any world, any country. Yes, I understand business. I understand that, the capitalist society, and they have every right to do that, but they have a right to do that because there was such poor public delivery that parents like you and I have and like the parents that sit, barely eking a living, but has to look because they want a better education for their child. So yes, I do believe that we have space for private. I have a private school, but the fact that the demand for private is there because of negligence in the public system. Driving here, I hear that there was a shooting. A student was able to get access to a gun from his home and shot a 14-year-old girl in school. Now, again, all implementation, poor management problems, implementation problems, not a money issue. So at the risk of being repetitive. So, and like that, our curriculum, and I think Victor pointed it out earlier, our curriculum, if you look at India, what's happening in India, who is running the big tech companies in the States, in Silicon Valley? Indian graduates. Why? Because India saw that looked at the future, looked at how technology is going, and immediately amended its school curriculum so that learners, you walk the streets there, almost everybody, every one of those youth know how to program. So if you look at the youth within India, initially, because I have edtech companies, I had my developer in India because I couldn't find a good developer in South Africa at an appropriate price. It's obviously because if I'm developing a tech product, it's got to be within the funding budget that I have available, and the only place I could get it was in India. So when I was chatting to this, and you go on programs like Fiverr, etc., where they give off their expertise, and you will see Pakistanis and Indian earning across the world. Now that's the space our high school students need to be trained towards. Trained towards employment. We have a tough economy. So let's create a curriculum where they can thrive without having to go to a post-school system. So these are the kind of things, we are so slow as a country to respond to curriculum change. And yet we're paying people within the system to be doing that research, to be doing that kind of work, to be making the amendments. So my question is, why aren't they doing that? It's not like we don't have, sorry. It's not like we don't have people in those spaces to do it. for me, the question is, why isn't it being done? Is there barriers to that kind of interventions? And if so, where are those barriers? There's a lot to talk about, but let me conclude by saying I was really I love Jennifer's presentation because she totally encapsulated the ECD situation the way it is. And I believe that ECD should be state-funded in every environment that it possibly can. And we invest a lot of money. If you look at Finland, right, there was a lady in Finland, our department brought her down, in terms of how they're doing it. One of the things that Finland did is to, and they didn't strive to be number one on Pearls and PISA. It happened, what they thought they'd do is look at how to promote education and increase output in education using technology. And in so doing, they gave every teacher state-funded master's degrees so that they really understood the education system. And if I heard, that's what Jennifer's saying. Let's get that training right. And with technology, it is not hard. It almost can be done overnight to get that. And then you just need the legs or the feet that takes it to every little nook and cranny in every community. At the risk of doing any more, let me keep quiet at this point and say thank you.
Thank you so very much for sharing your insights with us, Dr. Naidu. And I think, the point that just stands out is, and I think we'll discuss it a bit later, but South Africa spends a significant portion of its GDP on education. It's on par with OECD countries, yet the outcomes are so bad. So it's not about spending money; it's about spending money well. I think that's not only a problem in education. I think it's a problem across the spectrum with infrastructure expenditure, etc. So something that we really need to address. And I like what you say about creating the skills that are necessary and thinking about what strengths we have as a country and how we can utilize that. And I think, we're a country that has English as one of our official languages, so that gives us access to a lot of international markets and time zones. We shouldn't underestimate time zones. So something like business support services and how we can train our young people to do that, and we can compete competitively abroad because we can charge in rands and it's a bit cheaper than other places. So it's these opportunities that aren't being leveraged properly within our tertiary education system, and rather, and I say this as a BA student myself, but we should be focusing on not so much necessarily on humanities and that type of thing, but more focusing on the technical skills required to create wealth, because I think reforming our education system is entirely a generational project. It's not something that will happen and where it takes a while for the benefits to be seen, but we really need to do that. Dr. Faleni, would you like to share some insights with us online?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Johan, and good morning. Good morning to the panel and other participants, my colleagues from the academic fraternity. Maybe let's start like other presenters have done. Let's start with my background. I'm largely from a teaching, learning, and development background, and I'm currently with UNISA, a Department of Educational Leadership and Management. My research interests have shifted to focusing on what I would refer to as marginalized populations in school communities, especially the African girl child. So I'm trying to do some work there and see what it means to be marginalized, within school communities, and looking more particularly at rural school communities, which other presenters have referred to. I think I want to build on what Professor Pitzwe and Jennifer have presented. I think what Professor Pitzwe successfully managed to achieve in his presentation was to provide us with a broad policy framework. What are the requirements of a successful policy in a broad sense? And I picked up some things from Jennifer's presentation about the importance of formative years of education. You know, the ECD structure or component of education, and how important it is that you need to have effective policies. And I think the previous speaker, pardon me for not mentioning the name, I just missed it because I was scribbling notes in between. She made a very profound point that there is probably overload of policy, too much talk about policy, possibly there could be, and yet there are serious challenges with the implementation of policy. And this was also mentioned during the ECD presentation, that I think, is it 2018, there was adoption of a national policy on ECD, and it has not been effectively implemented, and there has been no budget allocation. Now, building up on those presentations, I want to come from a policy perspective of a school as the base of education policy, a school as the basis of education policy. And for me, we all agree that you might have sufficient policy at the level of national and provincial, you know, and the challenge then could be with the implementation of such policies. But I'm currently interacting with schools in the Northwest, where I'm doing a research project on the African girl child, and also in Free State, where we are doing a university-funded project on, again, the girl child, but within the context of mathematics and science. My question becomes, if one looks at policy from a perspective of a school, and arguing that a school is the basis of education policy, then one has, as speakers mentioned, other speakers mentioned, always have at the back of the mind that schools are a microcosm of our broader South African society, and that the challenges that have been referred to, and I mentioned in daily newspapers and in scholarly literature articles, they are a reflection of what is happening in our broader society. And these are the challenges that make it imperative for schools to be central in formulation, adoption, and implementation of policy. But that school-based policies obviously will take place within the broader national and provincial framework. And just to pick up on the point further, it's what are the possible areas in which schools could formulate policy, which is my second point. So I argue that you need the school as a basic entity, as a microcosm of society, together with it reflecting those challenges and opportunities within society. You need schools to become active participants or agents in the formulation and eventually implementation of policy. Now, the first aspect of policy that schools need to consider, it's policies around issues of violence. I think it's interesting that all presenters have mentioned violence to an extent that there was an incident this morning of school violence. And my question becomes, what is it at our schools that is happening that encourages the culture of violence? What is it that we are doing as parents and teachers that encourages and in a way justifies the use of violence at school? So you need a set of school-based policies that addresses violence. And for me, school policy should be able to punish those who commit acts of violence. There should be the capacity of the school to punish. And there has been a too much soft approach where we say we rehabilitate, we integrate children who are violent within the school system. Good said and well, but not well done. But the school should be capacitated from a policy point of view to punish those. And my opinion is that the current measures are not effective. And someone spoke about the curriculum. We need to teach children that violence is not a solution. And we are swimming against the tide because within the broader society, we have a big problem of violence. And on the same point, we need specific school-based policies on gender-based violence. And what is it that makes male learners believe that they are superior, that they can resolve, that they can negotiate relationships with girls using violence? And the third point is that we need school policy that responds to the situation of the African girl child. And I don't want to take the time of the panel and participants by discussing issues on the African girl child, but there are so many issues, some of them documented at international level, within forums of the United Nations, or on the situation of the African girl child at school. And bearing in mind that girls and women make up about 60% of the population. So the first cluster of school-based policies would look at social challenges within specific school communities, because these are school-driven policies. If you look at what happened in Enyobeni, where 21 school children died after visiting a tavern during school recess, the pens down celebrations. And in Gauteng, I think there were reports of incidents of violence during the beginning of school recess. I think that was north of Johannesburg, and a different brand of school violence that affects or that is demonstrated by school children. And so you look at what happened in Enyobeni, you look at what happened in Gauteng, and then you begin to say, what is it that schools can do, working together with other partners, to eliminate the culture of excessive use of alcohol within school communities, including other drugs? That the challenge of drugs and alcohol is also essentially a school problem, which the school is obviously reflecting society. So you need school-based communities that educate, empower school children to stay away from drugs and to stay away from abuse of alcohol. And Jennifer rightly mentioned that families play a central role there. And it would be interesting to the panel to know that I actually failed my first day of school and I had to repeat for me to proceed. And Professor Peter would be interested to know that I think I told him that I I had to repeat my master's degree. One way or the other, I had to do some extra work on the master's degree. And I'll come back to those things in terms of family and providing opportunities. Now, that's the first cluster of school policy that addresses immediate social problems within specific school communities. And that's why I'm putting emphasis on the capacity of schools to formulate policy, because schools are able to respond to those immediate challenges. And then school policy or education policy at the school level does not necessarily need to respond only to social challenges, but there are economic opportunities and economic challenges that schools should be able to respond to. And it's sad that Gauteng, being the largest economy in the country and one of the largest in Africa, is unable to prepare school children to enter into the economy. It's unable to prepare school children to enter into the economy. And what is it, which is the question of the last presentation, what is it that schools can do in terms of preparing school children to participate in the economy immediately after finishing school? And Johan, you rightly mentioned that not all school children, when they exit school, should go to university. Sometimes it's pretty unnecessary. But then I read an article, and I've been reading this over and over again in the past few months, that employment is created by small businesses, that 60% of employment is created by small businesses in developing countries. Now that speaks to the curriculum, to the school curriculum. What is it that we teach that can create entrepreneurship, where young children at an early age are beginning to develop a business mind, develop business skills, are inclined towards creating businesses so that they become future employers. Because with the current trend, big business is unable to create sufficient jobs so that we are able to absorb those who get out of school. And then government was never, as we all know, government was never a job creator. Instead, government we know relies on taxes in order to sustain and also to fulfill its constitutional mandate. I want to wrap up by making 2 points on the capacity of the school to create and implement policy. I have looked at the issue of school governance, and I have during my term in government, I had studied, I think, 3 levels of governance, and my interest has always been governance in relation to the school. What you currently have, which makes school policy not to become successful, is poor governance at a school level. And that you have 2 things which are a problem for me. That unless you get those things right, your schools will always struggle in effective implementation of policy. And one of them is how governance is constituted at the school level, school governing bodies. Who is the dominant player? Who are the dominant forces within the school governing bodies? And I think it was mentioned in the presentations that unions, I don't know if it was specifically referred to, but unions have become dominant. I think that the presentation referred to appointments at senior levels of the education system. But then let's also look at appointments at school level. Who becomes the principal of the school? Who becomes the head of the department of the school? And for me, that questions the whole governance structure at school. Is it possible to put in place checks and balances so as to have a stable governance structure at school level? Currently, we have unions in different provinces who are basically running the show at school level, and my learned colleagues, so to say, will tell that it's not only happening at school level, it's happening at provincial governments, education government structures. But what is it that we can do from a policy point of view where we can ensure that school governance becomes effective? And if you say corruption is one of our problems in society, what about the corruption that takes place because of dysfunctional, ineffective school governance? So you need policy at the school level that ensures that there are sufficient checks and balances so that you restrain the abuse of power by dominant forces within the school environment. And the dominant forces are currently the unions, right? And I won't mention the names, but those are dominant forces, and then they have compromised the functionality and the effectiveness not only of governance, but of teaching and learning at school level. So we need to be able to deal with those governance challenges from a school policy point of view, right? And as I said earlier, that will have to take place within the broader macro policy at provincial and national level. And the second point, which will just be before the last, and then I'm done. It's accountability at the school level, accountability from a governance and a delivery of curriculum point of view, right? Now, at a governance level, there are incidents of corruption which have been reported about school funds, because we have decentralized management of schools from a financial point of view, where schools get allocated a budget and they are able to use the budget to address school needs. But then there's also been a lot of corruption going on at the school level with regards to management of school funds. And you need school policies which will hold people accountable. And there should be consequences for people who abuse school funds. And this applies to the governance of the school system. I met a senior official of education who once said to me, you know what, if we can open investigation on abuse of funds at schools, he said more than half of the schools would have cases that we could bring to court. But then the whole education won't work, because half of school principals, school governing body members would be taken to court for abuse of school funds. But then that indicates dysfunctional policy in terms of holding those who are responsible for school funds accountable. And also the dominance of other agents in the school system from a point of view of curriculum delivery is that they determine what the teaching part of the school, who gets appointed is another issue. But then my problem becomes that teach and they are not subjected to external assessment, where I say, why don't you open up the delivery of the curriculum at classroom level? Open it up to external assessment in a form of ensuring that there is compliance in the delivery of curriculum. And I think one of the previous presidents, I won't mention the name, said that, and this has been said in other sectors within the basic school education policy environment, that you need to bring back school inspectors. And this was mentioned at the governing party's conference some years back, that what is it that is wrong? What are we afraid of when we don't allow schools to be subjected to external inspectorate? And this is not like bringing back the old school type of school inspectors, but it's creating a school inspectorate that is able to ensure compliance with standards of the delivery of the curriculum at school level. And these are things that should happen at the level of the school, right? And lastly, Chairperson, we need schools to be capacitated, which is the crux of my argument and my presentation. We need schools to be capacitated to formulate and implement policy. And for me, that speaks to probably the entire governance structure of the schools. I'm more comfortable from a policy, macro policy point of view, where you have stronger local education authorities, which in South Africa we refer to as district officers. That if you can have district officers, which would be largely a reflection of the education within a community, but as I said earlier, within the broader macro framework. So you need schools working together with districts and empower districts from a legislative point of view. Not the kind of districts that we have, which are just conduits of provincial authority memorandums, policies, and whatever, but you have local education authority, and there are international models on this thing. Local education authorities who are able to respond to the pressing needs and also respond to the challenges of school communities. And schools then become active participants in the policy formulation and implementation process. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Veleni. I think a lot to chew on there, and I really appreciate the point on almost external evaluation of school and school performance. And I think that's a topic that is really important, and I think experts are really bringing that conversation back into the discourse around education policy. It's very interesting to me. In 2016, the Stellenbosch University did a very comprehensive study of what they termed the binding constraints in the South African education system, and I think those things have kind of been highlighted again today, if I can just quickly refer back to them. And they say the four kind of things, especially in basic education, that really hold South Africa back as a country is that weak institutional functionality, so that lack of policy implementation, money being spent poorly, corruption, etc., etc. And then, as Dr. Veleni just mentioned, also undue union influence, where you have union officials sitting on school boards and being in the department, and there's really conflation between what a labor union, which is a teachers union, is to protect the labor interest of teachers, how they've really become a vehicle to control education policy and really control the administration of education, how that's a massive problem. I mean, even the South African Council of Educators that have kind of been infiltrated by union interests, and that's where unions become a political player rather than a labor representative. And then also weak teacher content knowledge and pedagogical skill, which is a function of training and teacher support, and how that's something that's come up again quite often today as well. And then finally, wasted learning time and insufficient opportunity to learn. And there we talk a lot about infrastructure challenges and challenges like nutrition, where kids go to school and they can't pay attention because they're sitting there with an empty stomach and they don't really have the right nutrition to keep them active and work their brains working. And one of the shocking statistics is that most children will miss out on more than half of the prescribed curriculum and half the scheduled classes per year. And learners only write one paragraph in their books for every month and a half spent at school, which is quite scary. So they go to school, but they don't necessarily learn while they're at school. And that's, the challenges there are multiple, and infrastructure and all that type of things. We've got 35 minutes left. We would have taken a break, but I wonder, is everybody okay with pushing through until 12, or do we need a quick break? Push through. Angela, I'm going to hand over to you.
Johan, thank you so much. And I really just want to thank every single presenter for your contributions to this conversation today. I think what we are trying to achieve as a party is to ensure that the policy that does come out of this, or that does culminate from these engagements, is a comprehensive response to the gaps and the challenges that we're currently facing. I do just want to touch on the various presentations, and also the various aspects that were presented here today. Looking at what ActionSA wants to present to South Africa as the South African dream, I do want to say that while we are looking at education here today, education cannot be looked at in isolation because it depends on every other socioeconomic factor that impacts education. That is your economy, that is crime, that's service delivery, it's corruption, it's everything. So just from that perspective, looking at early childhood development, I believe that the education system in its totality definitely does need to look at early childhood development as the cornerstone. One of the things I absolutely love about working with people like Jen McQuillan and working on the ground is just being able to see the gap and the disconnect. And I think Dr. Naidu, you touched on it, Dr. Fuleni touched on it, Dr. Pitswe touched on it, is that there are all these policies, but where do those policies translate into implementation, and where is the feedback in terms of what is working and what is not working? That is one of the critical gaps. Looking at early childhood development, it is absolutely critical, and like I said, one cannot look at it in isolation, because when you're dealing with early childhood development, you're dealing with everything from pregnancy to entering the foundation phase. And that is the emotional, physical, and social well-being of the pregnant mother and the circumstances into which those children are born, which will determine that, where Jen touched upon being able to provide a loving, nurturing environment. If a child is born into an environment that's already fraught with challenges, the chances of them getting that are significantly diminished. And when you look at where early childhood development steps in and the mothers basically taking the children to ECD centers, certainly the biggest challenges do lie in previously disadvantaged communities. And when you speak about the practitioners, as a counselor with oversight responsibility for communities in Diepsloot, for example, Dr. Fuleni touched on your schools being a microcosm of broader society. And certainly when you look at the ECD practitioners having to deal with bucket toilets and overcrowding of makeshift classrooms. One of the ECD centers I visited for Mandela Day 2 days ago has a live-in. One of the teachers lives on the property so that she is available as early as 4 a.m. to receive the children. And in many instances, fees are a challenge, and some of them earn as little as 1,500 rand. Domestic workers in the suburbs earn more than these people for the hours that they put in. And you're dealing with somebody whose day has to start on some days at 4 a.m. and end after 8 p.m. in the evening, because they cannot, unlike the suburban ECD centers, impose penalties, financial penalties, and put pressure on parents to come and collect their kids. They cannot turn these kids out onto the street. So sometimes you even find that where parents go AWOL, that the children basically, some ECD centers are even considering opening up boarding houses for these children, just so that they're able to have some kind of stability, get decent meals during the day, and so on. And certainly ECD centers in the townships, in previously disadvantaged communities. And I don't necessarily want to focus on the townships, because I think that the rural communities could come in with an entirely different set of challenges, to townships. But, when you talk about the ECD practitioners, the training that needs to come in there, I think certainly the education system in terms of adult education and training needs to look at recognition of prior learning for these ECD practitioners, and also the upskilling of those practitioners, because these are the people that are responsible for being trained on an ongoing basis. They have to to have makeshift toys to educate the children so that they are stimulated at a sensory level to encourage the brain development. But the development of the child at up to 5 years is in itself something that is not just a sensory experience. There's the nutrition. You're dealing with a child that cannot learn on an empty stomach. Children that experience a different environment between home and the ECD centers. And that goes back to your social services and so on, and the support given to whether it's teenage mothers or single parent households, victims of gender-based violence and femicide and so on. Those all impact the learning environment and basic education. Your literacy and numeracy is something that starts at early childhood development, because that absolutely, I believe, forms the cornerstone to education. What you are going to get out at tertiary level begins here at early childhood development. I also believe that when looking at basic education, it's important that there are skills that are introduced. So if sensory learning and being able to plant your own vegetables and so on, if those things are incorporated into early childhood development and into foundation phase, because enabling children to learn at a sensory level, if you look at the Montessori system, it's very successful for a number of reasons. I'm just going to touch on 2 or 3. The one is the fact that it's experiential learning. And experiential learning is not necessarily about having the most sophisticated system or the most highly skilled educators. It's about having the creativity and the educators being empowered to tap into the creativity of these children. The critical thinking is able to be developed at that level by a child just figuring out how to put together a toy, or just being on that playground and figuring out solutions. That is where it begins. And your basic education is essentially about developing those skills much further. So I believe that your basic education from foundation phase to intercen to senior phase, it's important that the skills are constantly layered, starting with early childhood development. The skills that children learn in basic education are important skills in preparing them for life. If they know how to grow their own food, and if they know how to recycle and work with water and so on, I think those are very critical skills that, while there's an academic curriculum and they're being taught academically, that the skills that they learn, the combination of the academic skills and the practical skills, are skills that they are able to implement practically in preparing them for life. I believe that, excuse me, it's important to look at preparing learners for post-matric, for graduating from school, by incorporating things such as your driver's licenses, your entrepreneurial skills. So throughout school, there should be a continuous assessment. You cannot just have, as with disadvantaged schools, what is this called? Career guidance or something like that, only kicking in grade 10. It's something where at an ongoing level, at every phase, there needs to be, I was referring to the Montessori system, which has the sensory system, but they also have a system where an educator essentially walks the journey with the learners. And I think has a huge impact, because you have somebody that is able to understand the challenges that the child is facing if the parents are going through something at home. Somebody that is able to take one look at you in the morning and recognize that you're not okay and immediately try and intervene at that level. Because Dr. Fuleni, I think, touched on violence at school level, and when things are starting to go wrong at home, they usually come and play out at school, and that's where you have your bullying and so on. And also, I think something like that could impact the rate of suicide that takes place as a result of bullying and just the peer pressure, not having enough and so on. So I believe that the system in its entirety needs to look into these factors, and it needs to be a holistic approach to education, as opposed to, yes, there's expertise at ECD level, at foundation phase, basic education and tertiary education. But I do believe that the system needs to be linked to ensure that what you do put in at ECD level is realized at matric and post-matric level. I also wanted to touch on the fact that what the schooling system needs to also look at is identifying the potential of kids and developing practical skills, like I said, being able to plant your own food, et cetera, but looking at the kids that would be fed into your tertiary education system that are there are those that are academically gifted, and there are those that will make it through university, with the right support and the nurturing environment. But those that might not make it through tertiary through university, for example, you've got your TVET institutions, you've got your further education technicons and so on, needs to identify those that would go through vocational training, those that would go through technical training, needs to identify entrepreneurs. I believe that your market days at school play a huge role in this, in developing this, as well as developing our sporting capacity as a country. It starts there, because there are so many careers, sporting careers that have died an early death because of the lack of development, the lack of funding, and so on. And I do believe that, touching on what you were saying, Dr. Naidu, the corruption in this space, Dr. Feleni also touched on this. He touched on it in the context of governance at schools. You touched on it in the context of CETAs, where it needs a proper review and an overhaul of that system. We need to ask what our return on investment is. If billions are going into service CETAs and CETAs, what is it that we are getting out? Because like you say, I can go and register a training program, and if I know somebody at a CETA, I get a contract, and I get millions, if not billions of rand for just ticking boxes. That is essentially what it has come down to. There is no accountability. Hence, corruption is there's just such free reign, because every single initiative that is meant or that has been intended to address any gap, it becomes an opportunity for somebody, an opportunity for corruption. And why they get away with it, whether you look at somebody that was meant to deliver a road or whatever project, a housing project, they're able to go and just put down foundations or start building a road and don't see the projects through to completion. And they just disappear off the radar while the heat is on, and they resurface with another contract, an even bigger contract further down the road. So it becomes very important that we look at what we are educating our kids on, and preparing them for practically in life, and try and get them to get out of school with at least equipped with a driver's license, an ID document, and so on. Those services need to be introduced. From about grade 11, you should be able to apply for an ID document, so that by the time you get to matric, incidents of you now needing an ID document to write or apply for your matric certificate, or to sit for your matric exam, are dealt with proactively, so that whether you don't have an ID document, you don't have a birth certificate, your parent doesn't have an ID document, those things are addressed timeously, so that grade 10, 11, and 12 are spent investing everything into ensuring that the matric rate is pulled up. I've touched on the return on investment. If the money is there, Dr. Naidoo, you touched on the resources being there. If the money is there, it's important for us to look at where that money is and interrogate what it is being spent on, and absolutely interrogate our priorities. We've got so many civil society organizations that are stepping in to fulfill roles that are the responsibility of government. And civil society is being abused and exploited, because when a project succeeds and civil society has made it happen, guess who takes the credit? Government takes the credit. Look what we've done. Our party has done this and our party has done that, when they haven't done anything. And as a result, civil society is currently lobbying the equivalent of the UDF that we knew back in the day, to try and hold government accountable. And the most painful way you can punish political parties is through the polls, by ensuring that you hold them accountable there. But I wanted to say, Dr. Feleni, that when it comes to your SGBs and the unions dominating and so on, when you speak of that microcosm, there's a school that I'm currently working with, and the levels of dysfunction that are going on there is an absolute microcosm of what's happening in our country, where this is a school, this is a 100% government funded school, where kids are meant to be educated, they are meant to be fed, and so on. Going back to the technological equipment, I think you touched on it, Dr. Naidoo, if I'm not mistaken. You've got all this investment in smart equipment, in smart boards, and so on. But you've got it in an environment where there isn't electricity. What is the point? You've got all this investment in labs and science labs and so on, what are meant to be technical development facilities that have been stripped bare. You've got schools that are sitting where there are stampedes, and the cause of the stampede is the students rushing back to get a seat in class because there aren't enough chairs, windows, just the entire, what you see at the school physically is a manifestation of the corruption, the maladministration, and just the interference. And when you look at the unions, what has enabled this? What has enabled the unions to do what they are doing is because of a lack of accountability of the government. When an MEC, because education is a provincial competence, when an MEC has been made aware by a business that has invested in a school of the frustration, the corruption, and all of that is going on, and it gets swept under the carpet, it stands to reason that those businesses do eventually get tired, because all that you are doing is throwing money down, into a bucket with a hole, effectively. So when it comes to the governance at schools and the SGBs and so on, I think it's something that needs to be looked at, but we also need the parents to become more involved. And the same way as South African citizens understanding the power of their vote, parents at previously disadvantaged schools also need to understand the role they have to play in addressing the issue of poor governance at township schools in particular. Some of these schools are renting out space to churches. Some of these schools are taking money from undocumented foreign nationals so that they bypass the whole registration and proof of residence and so on. And it plays out at its worst in townships and previously disadvantaged communities, because this is where I think the interventions are directed, but also where the biggest opportunities for corruption come through. So I do believe that we need to be able to look at all of this at a very holistic level. There are the policymakers, there are the experts, but if we are not talking to the beneficiaries of the system, if we are not talking to the other departments that are meant to be supporting society, to be supporting these learners and so on, then we will continue as the government to, it will continue to be a hit and miss, because there is no feedback on what is working and what needs to be adjusted and what needs to be to change. And yeah, one of the biggest ones for me is just ensuring that at every step of the way there is accountability. Accountability in terms of any funds that have been put in terms of whether it is vacancies being filled and so on, to account to the stakeholders, accounting to the communities and so on. That accountability becomes absolutely critical. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela, for sharing that. And yeah, I think, what becomes clear is that there's, I think, really a need for clear leadership. And I think big start to that is making experts in charge of these things rather than just making it politicians. And I think that becomes specifically important. We are entering an era of coalition governments, and we need to figure out how that stability works in that. Dr. Naidu.
It's just one aspect that didn't come up in our discourse today, and I was hoping that I could just put it on the table that we can't have any discussion on policy without looking at this in absolute detail, and that's a whole issue of maths and science and what's happening currently. The system has become so watered down that a pass of 30% is adequate to get a learner through. Let's take maths as an example without even getting into science. So consequently, by the time that the learner gets to grade 6, 7, they're already at such a huge disadvantage. So they end up taking Maths Lit. So what are we saying to this child post-school? Instead of now getting back, finding out where your weaknesses lie, and able to just strengthen, there's no rocket science in this, or in the maths and the development. You mentioned earlier the scaffolding, and that's clearly what it is. If you have a bad teacher, or if you have, lack of exposure to the proper lessons, you're not going to make it at maths, simply because of the whole issue of scaffolding and the foundation competencies around it. Giving somebody Maths Lit, when that child finishes school, you are subjecting that graduate and that child to an employment of low-paid jobs. So we have to, as a country, make sure maths and science are given priorities in the curriculum, and that we're very strict about how this must be taught. I did a deep dive into the whole maths, finding out exactly why are we having this problem. The one thing I found, which I found quite strange, so at the end of grade 1, they teach to count to 20 and write and recognize numbers up to 20, and grade 2 starts at 100. So it's left to the teachers in terms of mental maths to start the counting, but there's a tacit assumption that somewhere along the line there's somebody to guide this child to teach them all the other stepping stones before they get to grade 2. So it's, and I was trying to figure, but how, if you talk about that disenfranchised family that sits in an informal settlement, there's no understanding that these competencies are going to be filled. Hence, we're having this Pearl's research and the findings. So yeah, I just couldn't let the day pass without putting that on the table. Thanks.
I see Bill has a hand online, hand up. Well, I don't know if, yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and let me appreciate all the presentations this morning. It's been very informative. I'm just not sure why I'm the only person not in the room who's on the, a presenter, or I'll start my video. It's not going to be very pretty. Yeah, there I am. I'm not sure. I've got a screen and I've got a laptop, and I'm not sure which one I should be looking at. There I am. I'm looking at my laptop now. I've been making notes, and I was just wondering if I could just go through them and make some comments on the various presentations. I'm just going through in the order of presentation, so I may be jumping from topic to topic. We were talking about initially that schools are there to capacitate, but what are they there to capacitate for? We've been talking very much about the academic stream, but we haven't also given emphasis to the artisan stream. It's been mentioned, but it hasn't been given the same emphasis, whereas it might be very important to a large proportion of our learners. And we certainly haven't been giving any attention to the distinction between are we educating people to be employees or employers? I think there's a gap there that we've overlooked. And when we came to basic education, there are 3 R's. We mentioned reading and whatever the other one was, but we didn't mention writing. We mentioned arithmetic, that's right. We mentioned reading and arithmetic, but we didn't mention writing. And I think writing is also a very important skill which needs to be developed at an early stage. The challenge that we have in the education system is from the beginnings of the present government, where teacher training colleges were closed, if I recall correctly, so that many teachers don't have the benefit of practical teacher training when they go to the classrooms. We also had the abolition of apprenticeships, so we have artisan shortages in this country. Most competent artisans are almost retiring now. So we've been talking about academically relevant skills. So what about other skills? There's been little mention of entrepreneurship, although Jennifer did mention it in one of her slides. I'll come to Angela's points later on. But apart from Angela's comments, little was mentioned on entrepreneurship. And one of the challenges with lack of entrepreneurship is that teachers who are employees are not equipped to teach entrepreneurship. But one of the huge benefits that ActionSA has is that Herman Mashaba is himself an entrepreneur. And if he could disseminate those skills more broadly, we would all benefit considerably. And I think those people who read books about Herman, the Accidental Mayor, The Outsider, are 2 books, can gain a lot of beneficial understanding of what his way of thinking about addressing problems is. Just for example, yesterday I was doing a student drive outside a college in East London, where I am, and I was talking to a student who's doing office administration, and I said, "Do you have are you able to get an experience?" And they said, "No." They work in a nice suburb with lots of businesses there. I said, "Why don't you, in the holidays, knock on their door and see if and ask, can I work for you, even if I can work for free?" And then you can perhaps say to them, if you think I've done anything worthwhile, you can pay me what you think I'm worth. Quite a lot of people who have done that have found it beneficial for subsequent employment. One of the issues we do have across the education system is the legacy of Bantu education. Most senior teachers are the products of Bantu education and the limitations that enforced on the education system. I hope that over time that will work its way out of the system, but it's still impacting within the education system at the moment. On Jennifer's presentation, Jennifer, you were obviously very passionate about your subject, and your insight into the fact that various laws, particularly municipal bylaws, inhibit ECD development, and the myriad of regulations. I think one of the challenges there is that municipal departments tend to work in silos, and there's very little horizontal connection between the two. going on to the observation that ECD is a cost-effective strategy for economic development. I like the idea of encouraging students to have their own vegetable gardens. It gives them nutrition and skills, but with entrepreneurship, that's beginning the ideas of entrepreneurship. But what about introducing entrepreneurship later on in school? I appreciate your point that the first 5 years of life are critically important to individuals' future. We should be investing in ECD, even though we have to recognise that the benefit is only reaped about 20 years later. I certainly appreciated Dr. Naidu's point about the need for implementation and not just having new policies. There's also the point about expressing anger at poor implementation. I'm wondering what the alternative is and how that could be rolled out and impressed on young people or people in general. That expressing anger, demonstrations, violence, etc., destruction is not a solution. But how can we educate them to implement a way which is more appropriate? And part of that might be that the people that they're angry with should be more responsive. Dr. Feleni was talking about concern about how he seemed to be doing more concerned about how things should be done rather than what should be done. In other words, it was more theory rather than practice. We need to try and understand what promotes violence. Is it just frustration? Rather than having a capacity to punish, we perhaps need to have a capacity to identify the source of the issue. Rather than treating symptoms, we need to treat the disease. Obviously, we agree that unions have compromised the functionality of the education system, and that there needs to be accountability at school and government level. I think the issue of accountability is one that actually challenges from the people who are being held accountable their concepts of dignity and self-respect, which are well-developed concepts in this country. I think when people put up the barriers of dignity and self-respect as a means of resisting being held accountable, I think we have a challenge at that particular point. I now come to answer this comment. I think Angela's been reading my notes. Her presentation was extremely comprehensive. I want to just pick up a couple of points on numeracy. I was in a numeracy for law students class last year, and everyone in the class is supposed to have passed maths literature, maths lit, but the class was held up on numerous occasions by people who couldn't do simple arithmetic operations. I don't know how learners can get to university and not be able to do long division. In preparation for past school, Angela was talking about driver's license and entrepreneurship. I just throw into there the concepts of personal financial planning and budgeting might be ones which are useful skills for learners to be introduced before they leave school. And I liked her concept of teachers walking the journey with the learners. It's rather like a mentor working with an apprentice, and the apprentice learns from the mentor, but the mentor has to know what the mentor is supposed to be doing. And then another point that parents must understand and play their role, and we need to look at this whole education thing from a holistic level and approach. So just to conclude, I think in today's webinar, we've been opening a Pandora's box. I think ActionSA's policy now needs to identify a cogent and implementable way forward, something which will hopefully be the policy document approved at our forthcoming policy conference. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make those comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Bill. We have run out of time, but I do just want to give our experts online one last opportunity to just, if there's anything you would like to wrap up. So Dr. Faleni, Jennifer, and Prof. Pitzwe, if there is anything you would like to just close up or leave us with, please go ahead, starting with Dr. Faleni.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me start my video. Okay. I think I like the metaphor of a Pandora box, that we've just opened a Pandora box. And I like that metaphor. I think it's a fair reflection of all the presentations put all together, and the perspectives which have been shared by us. So it's that metaphor reflects the complexity, the breadth of issues involved, and also the appreciation of challenges that we are facing within the education policy space. And I want to pick up from Dr. Naidu's presentation also, that we should also guard against, which is what came up from her presentation. We should, after all is considered, and there is this drive by ActionSA to formulate, propose, push for policy alternatives. We should guard against policy overload and duplication, and that some of the existing policies, and this was also mentioned by Jennifer in her expert presentation on ECD, and some of these policy expectations, policy positions are already there, they exist, but then there should be implementation. Focus should be on implementation. What is it that we already have that we can pick up and implement? But at the same time, there should also, we must not shy away from the need for new policy drives, that we need to have new policy drives. And one of my passions, it's the situation of the African girl child. There is a policy on the use of health kits for girl children, and what other policy initiatives can be put in place in order to address issues that that serve as a barrier for the success of the African girl child. It's one of the policy areas. So once there is policy overload, policy talk, but there is also space for new innovative policies that are aimed at addressing our pressing educational problems. Thank you, Chairperson.
Great, thank you very much, and thanks for keeping it short. Prof. Pitzwe, have any closing remarks for us?
Thank you, colleagues. My closing remarks is that it is essential for South Africa to adapt and contextualize lessons from other countries to suit its specific needs. One should recognize that each country's education system is unique, and there's no one-size-fits-all solution. By learning from the experiences of other nations and incorporating best practices, South Africa can work towards building a more robust, inclusive, and effective education system for its citizens. We must begin to embrace how other nations succeeded in doing what they have. And policy, we should always note that it's not cast in stone. it must change always to suit our material conditions of existence. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you very much. And I think that's such an important point. There's people that, or countries that have gotten a lot of things right that we can really learn from, but it's all about adapting those and contextualizing it. And I think that's not only true for South Africa as a country, but there's also the different schools. And I think we should consider giving schools flexibility to, do what's best in their situations. And then finally, Jen, do you have any closing remarks for us?
Hi there, thank you so much. Yes, no, I certainly do. Thank you so much. It's been such a lovely morning to hear from everybody, and I think we're all on the same. We're all on the same wavelength. We want the best thing for our country, and we know that education plays a pivotal part in making any change a positive one for our land. I'd like to quickly just touch on two things: entrepreneurship and training. Can I say, as entrepreneurs, we can take a leaf out of our ECD Principles Book of Life. They are educators, they are mentors, they are learners. Often they are running a school, managing staff, and they're also qualifying themselves. They are budgeting financial literacy. They budget, they cook, they manage staff. They need to know all about labor law, etc., etc. They deal with varying government departments a lot. And might I add, that's not always the easiest thing to do because, as has been said, often people, government departments deal in silos, number one. And another thing is that often, they actually don't get things right. The other day, we had one of my centre principals said to me, Jen, we had a visitor, a government department came into our school and from DBE, and they said, sorry, why are your children sleeping? They don't come to school to nap. And I'm like, okay. And she said, but they're 3 years old. Children have to have a nap, So there's that whole we actually literally, they actually do not have the expertise often to be doing the job they do. So it is very tricky often to deal with government officials. Also, our ECD principals, they're counsellors, they're cleaners, they are brilliant, they're farmers. As I said, they have vegetable gardens often. And often what happens is they're making such a surplus, doing so well, because when they do something well, they give it their all and they do it well. They actually end up selling to the local community, so they're helping in the local community. And they're actually creating a second revenue stream that often outweighs and is more than the fee income that comes into the centre. So when I look at entrepreneurship, I tell you, I take my hat off to our women in our land who are educating our children from a young age. With training, can I say, with my training hat on, is that often on a Saturday, say I've got training, and at the end, the Q&A session, which is the one I love the most, because that's when all the questions come in and real life things that are happening and we all talk to each other and ask for advice, etc. They say, Jen, today I've learned in today's training tools, practical tools that I can take and implement in my classroom on Monday morning. So when you look at qualifications, yes, that takes a couple of years and that takes time. But in the meantime, and this is what we are trying to do now already, vocational training can be done literally overnight, can be done very, very quickly. And then they can get some incredible up skills and you empower the ladies, but they take skills into the classroom from day one. So it's the neuroscience of the child, financial literacy, the power of messy play, the power of risky play. That's incredibly important training when we're trying to raise our entrepreneurs, etc., our critical thinkers for society, food handling, CPR, fire safety, first aid. So they have those emergency skills as well, because we want to know as parents that whoever's looking after my child, if they start choking, they know what to do. But then I always say in my own centres, I say to my own parents, listen, on a Monday to Friday, my staff and me, we all have first aid training, but do you have it? Because you're taking our kids home on the weekend. Please, you also need to train yourself. So it's very much parents working in partnership with parents for this to happen. It's collaborative effort. It's business, it's NGOs, it's government, it's people on the ground, it's our parent bodies. So yes, please, let's focus on ECDs. I honestly do think that we hold the solution for South Africa in the coming years. Focus on those first 5 years, the next 50 will be far better. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jen. Dr. Naidu, closing remarks?
I wish you well. You have an ocean of information to wade through. I don't think we've even touched, the surface of the issues that need to be dealt with. I think a good point maybe on, you've got to separate all the different aspects around education and do a deep dive into each one. and then be able to start, looking at sorry, why am I telling you this? But you already know it, from what policy exists currently, and then probably pave the way forward. But I think, I sincerely wish you well. And if there's any help, any support, and if there's anything my, input can help with, I'll be more than happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we really appreciate the offer. Angela, last remarks? Closing quick remarks? You have to get to lunch.
I think it's been a great day at the office in terms of the level of inputs and contributions that we've had. Pandora's box, yes, certainly we have opened that. And when I look at what we are trying to tackle as a political party in the South African context, it can get extremely overwhelming, which is where the experts and the policy experts and the like come in. Because if it was left to councillors, politicians, and so on, we'd be all over the place. So I do absolutely think that it is, that collaborative effort is what it is about, because everybody brings something to the table, and it's about ensuring that one is able to link the expertise with the implementation, with the feedback, looking at accountability, return on investment, looking at the various roundtable discussions in each sector, and being able to, one of the notes I've made for myself is wanting to review the recordings of the other roundtable discussions through the lens of education and seeing what is being said there. So that's one of the things I will be doing in preparation. But I think I'd really like to thank our virtual presenters, and to you, Dr. Naidu. Thank you so much to each of you. It has really been an enriching session.
Great. Yeah. My mic, there we go. Great. Thank you so much, Angela. And I just want to echo the gratefulness that we have for everybody that participated today, whether you actively participated or were following us online. Sorry, I see there's a ton of questions on YouTube. Unfortunately, we just didn't have the time to get around to them. But yes, I think there's, it's very clear that the task is massive. It's an extremely important task. But every time I engage with experts on various issues, it just becomes clear to me that there's so much passion and capacity and capabilities in South Africa. We just have to allow people to play the parts that they want to play. And I think for political parties and people that want to be in government, it's quite important to not be jealous of power. I think it's quite important to make sure that we all work together, because I think we all want the same thing. And while we might disagree at times of how to get there, I think we always have to look at the bigger picture and work together to get to where we need. So from my side, thank you so much for attending. I forgot earlier to also thank the Konrad Adenauer Foundation for making their boardroom available for use for us today. And thanks for Dream Team Streaming. What is it, Dream Stream? For making everything Dream Stream, for making everything work so well online. And for those that are online, we will be back, or I will be back. I don't know who else might still be here after 1 o'clock for our healthcare discussion. And where I think education is that one thing. Education and corruption is the one thing that always comes up in every single conversation, and I'm convinced that this afternoon we'll be discussing education again and the importance of healthcare. So yeah, thank you so much, and we'll break for lunch now and be back at 1. Thank you so much. see speaking, but I'm not hearing him. Hello. Oh, there you go. Hi, there you go.
Here we go.
Good.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Dr. Litlape.
Hi, how are you?
Always grateful, always grateful.
Right. Awesome. Yes, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. My name is Johan Kriegler. I am the Director of Policy at ActionSA. And today we are having our expert-led panel on healthcare in South Africa, a very important topic. After we had our discussion about education this morning. So for everyone online, thank you so much for joining us. Whether you're watching on social media or on YouTube. Today we are very privileged to be joined by Russell Rensburg, who is the Director of the Rural Health Advocacy Group. Dr. Angelique Garcia is the former Chairperson of the South African Medical Association. And Dr. Khosi Letlape is the founder of the African Harm Reduction Alliance. And then I'm also joined by my colleague, Ms. Patricia Kopane, who's our Free State, ActionSA's Free State Provincial Chairperson. So the purpose of today's discussion is, if I might just contextualize this, is that ActionSA as a political movement was founded on the principle of engagement and consulting with everyday South Africans, including people that are experts in their fields. So when we first conceptualized the idea of a new political party, we started out with the People's Dialogue, where we went out and we engaged at the end of the day with about more than 100,000 South Africans on what they believe is needed to get South Africa back on track. So growing up, learning from that process and seeing how valuable it was to really engage with people, we are taking our policy development approach in the lead up to our policy conference taking place in September, where we also are going out to people and engaging with us, and part of that is to speak to experts, because as a political party we realize that we definitely do not have all the answers. We cannot solve the problems of a country alone, and South Africa's multitude of challenges can only be fixed through strong collaboration between the public sector, private sector, academic, civil society, and this really needs a whole of society approach, and healthcare being one of those areas that are so important in that aspect. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for our experts for being here today, joining us. We really appreciate the time that you take to share your insights with us, and for us this is extremely valuable exercise, and not only for us as a party, but it adds so much value to the policy discourse and the political discourse in South Africa to have these conversations. With that, I will just quickly introduce you to, I guess, what we can call our policy platform as ActionSA. And this is very much a very high-level kind of overview of the things that we believe are important in healthcare. And this is just kind of the principles that we're building our policy on, and a policy that will be adopted in September as a final policy. So all our approach to policy is effectively anchored in this idea of the South African dream, which is once again follows up on the concept of the American dream, which is kind of said that they want to create an America where there's the dream of a land in which life should be better and richer and fuller for everyone, with opportunity for each according to ability or achievement. So we follow up with that and say that in South Africa, we want people to be able to achieve their version of success, regardless of where they were born, how they were, or the conditions of their birth. And we know in South Africa, it's still where you are born and the conditions that you are born into do have a massive impact on your capability of success. And we don't have a lot of upward social mobility in South Africa, and we really want to do that. So when it comes to healthcare, our dream is to create a system that ensures a healthy nation that has access to proactive healthcare and equitable access to affordable, high-quality health services. In the South Africa, inequality will be ever decreasing, and we see healthcare as a big part of that. The inequality in access to quality healthcare is something that we believe entrenches inequality in South Africa continuously, because if you have better healthcare, then you also can be more productive and thus achieve more success. So the foundations of our health dream is based on five pillars. So believing in strong institutions, and that's specifically talking, I'll dig into it a little bit more. We talk about public healthcare, access to quality healthcare, complementary health services, and then the medical profession. So when we talk about strong institutions, and this is something that was very prevalent in our conversation on education this morning, is the need for a healthcare administration that is capable of doing its job properly, That includes understanding what a job is. So we really believe that the creation of a professional and well-managed national provincial health departments that are capable of managing this really complex healthcare system of South Africa is really important. We also want to believe that it's important to have a leaner administration function where more of our wage budget is being spent on frontline service delivery rather than people sitting in offices pushing around paper. Those, not to say that administration doesn't play an extremely important role, but we do believe that the South African state administration is generally bloated, and this is something that also reflects in healthcare. When it comes to public health, this is very much focusing on creating a healthier nation. South Africa has high prevalence of non-communicable diseases. We have a lot of issues with substance abuse in South Africa, a lot of psychological problems. We have issues with high levels of diabetes and high levels of obesity. So it's a really important thing that we need to create this culture of healthy living in South Africa, because a healthier nation also puts less strain on a public healthcare system. So by creating a healthier nation, we can reduce the need for chronic medical treatment. And just to link this into this morning's conversation, and this is where education becomes really important. Educating people on what healthy lifestyle decisions are, and then also providing access to healthier options. I think we talked about childhood stunting this morning, and one of the key issues there is the lack of access to quality, affordable nutrition. And that's something, that we really need to talk about and create a healthier nation through a healthier relationship with nutritional food in South Africa. Access to healthcare, a very important topic. We have this dual healthcare system in South Africa where if you can afford it, you can get really world-class services, where the public sector is also capable of providing absolute world-class services. I think we have excellent doctors working in our public sector. It's just that the system is so overburdened and undercaters for our population. So we want to make sure that going to a state hospital, you do know that you are going to receive the treatment that you need in the time that it needs to be done. As a print, I think we can't discuss healthcare without discussing the national health insurance. And ActionSA fundamentally believes that this national health insurance is in principle, a great idea, but it's ultimately not aligned to South Africa's economic reality. And we would like to hear our experts' thoughts on that and how we can create a more equitable healthcare system that's not necessarily just trying to legislate the problem away with what we believe are regulations that aren't realistic. And then, just talking about how our public healthcare institutions like our provincial hospitals and the community clinics can function better and what the main challenges are there that need to be addressed. And how we can ensure that people have access to healthcare institutions that really are capable of delivering the services that they need. And then also talk about complementary health services. I think this is really important and something that is, in South Africa's case at least, very much something that's limited to the privileged few, where people have access to complementary health services like dietitians and psychological support and other kind of community services that help people have approach health through a holistic lens. And I think we are fortunate to have someone that's an expert in harm reduction and how we can talk about the impact of drug addiction and alcohol abuse in our societies and how that really not only causes health problems, but also breaks down the societal fabric of the moral fabric of our society and causes a lot of problems. So we're excited to kind of discuss about the role of healthcare in addressing that. And then there's fundamentally understanding health as not only about illness and injuries and trauma. It's about a holistic system of being a healthy individual requires a lot of aspects. And then finally, talking about the medical profession, I think this is something. I've got a lot of people in my family that work in the public healthcare sector, and I know that the working conditions there are sometimes incredibly challenging with really long hours. And not enough resources to really do their jobs. And you have some of the best doctors working in the public sector, but they just burn out so quickly. And we see a big issue with doctors leaving the country to go work elsewhere in other systems where they are better paid, but also just have better working conditions. And how can we make sure that our doctors that are very talented can stay and work in healthier environments? But then also, how can we ensure that our training systems make sure that we, one, get enough graduates through the system but also make sure that those graduates are fully equipped. I think there's certain programs, I think the students that we send to Cuba, for example, I've heard that they do not receive the same quality of training that other doctors do, and that becomes a problem in the medical profession. So yeah, we'd also just like to create a medical profession where our doctors and our healthcare workers or nurses, everyone are better supported, they have access to better training, and that there's sufficient equipment in the public sector for them to actually do their jobs, that they don't have to deny people life-saving treatment just because there are budgetary constraints. So yes, that is where ActionSA is kind of thinking around healthcare policy, and we will now open the floor to our experts to tell us what their thoughts are, and really give us an expert view of what's happening in South Africa and what can be done to make things a little bit better. I think we are going to go with the order that we have it on our agenda. So Russell, if you don't mind, would you please kick us off with your discussion? I don't know if you have a presentation or you just want to talk to us, but please go ahead.
Look, I just want to talk about, I think healthcare, again, thank you for the opportunity at this very important time in our history to sort of reflect on these different competing claims for healthcare. I think health, by definition is, and I think people as early as in the Enlightenment were talking about the scarcity issue around healthcare. We've also had Tudor Hill and others in the 70s talking about this inverse care maxim, where the people that are most likely to need healthcare services are the least likely to affect it. So health, like education, follows the social gradient, and in many ways, you accessing the healthcare you need is often an accident of birth, right? So people that are born into poor communities, into rural communities, have been socialized in a way that health is not a very big priority, and we're not really geared or set up to do or access healthcare when we need it. But South Africa is a constitutional democracy, so I think the important thing is really just to start on, as a political party and as we're going into elections, what are the actual issues that we should be reflecting on, right? So firstly, who are we? My name is Russell Rensburg. I'm with the Rural Health Advocacy Project. We're a project that was founded by the Wit Center for Rural Health, the Rural Doctors Association, and the AIDS Law Project in 2009. Our mission is to promote, protect, and advance the right to health of rural communities by connecting policy, practice, and partners. So we are active lobbyists for the implementation of Section 27 of the Constitution, and to sort of start giving life to that idea, what we mean in that constitutional provision of progressive realization of the right to health. So our country is fairly young. South Africa really came into being in 1994, and our constitution was passed in 1996. And some of our founding values are that we are one sovereign democratic state that's founded on the values of human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms, non-racialism and non-sexism, the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law, and ultimately universal adult suffrage, meaning that we have a national common voters roll, regular elections, and a multi-party system of democratic government to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. And this is particularly important when we think of some of our base rights, like Section 27, which is the right to healthcare, amongst others. But where we are, we can't talk about South Africa without talking about our racialized and historical inequality, and its income inequalities, inequality.
Russell, we've just lost you for a second there.
I think any conversation with us on health is really going to start from what is our constitutional obligations.
Russell, I think we're just having some connectivity issues.
Can you just check my connection? Okay, I'm going to try.
You just froze for a second there.
How's that? Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. If you need to turn off your video, that's
Chair?
I think that's also fine. Yeah, if you do need to turn off your video, that's perfectly fine. But we do see you fine now. We can hear you well.
Okay, great stuff. And I just went off the 3G. So where we are, so we've just come out of a major global pandemic, right? South Africa responded quickly and swiftly, right? But as the response unfolded, the impact of these parallel health systems started showing in our health system data, right? For instance, we know that over the course of the 2 or 3 waves, we had almost like a 50-50 balance between private sector admissions and public sector admissions. But that 50-50 sort of masks a greater inequality. We have 650 public sector hospitals that cater for 80% of the population. We have 300 to 350 private hospitals, which largely cater for people who have medical insurance. There was a study coming from the University of Cape Town saying that it was cost ineffective or really not affordable for people to pay out of pocket for COVID care, which on average worked out to about 150,000 Rand per patient. So we had this 48-52% split for most of the pandemic. And a lot of that was informed by the fact that access to care was reliant on a COVID test. So even when we looked at how people access COVID tests, and I'm just using COVID as an example to show how inequality impacts health outcomes, more than close to 60% of those tests were done in the private sector, right? And I think maybe a poor regulatory environment also meant that a lot of the time people had to spend significant amounts of money to access those tests. Those tests were started off at 1,500, and it was only really towards the end of the pandemic that we brought in cheaper antigen tests, right, and made them more affordable. But it took almost 2 years to get to a place where we had a different kind of testing protocol that was available to everybody. And I think as a result, we had fewer people from public sector facilities being able to move across the COVID cascade and get admitted into hospitals. In fact, there's some research out showing that the mortality levels in public hospitals were much higher. And often that wasn't as a result of poor levels of care, but rather when people presented or how easy it was to access that care. And a lot of that had to do with that initial diagnosis. Many of us will be familiar, for instance, during COVID, we spoke about these 2 numbers on COVID. So officially we had about 105,000 people die from COVID-related complications, whereas unofficially studies from the MRC showed that excess death was almost 3 times as much as the official death rate. So even just 80% of the 340,000 excess death cases would mean that close to 200,000 people potentially died from COVID without ever accessing healthcare. And the majority of those people probably sat outside of medical insurance. So as we look at the task ahead, I think one of the things that we need to start considering post-2024 is thinking about what does the Constitution mean when it comes to equality. We saw, for instance, 2 very opposing opinions around the constitutionality of the National Health Insurance Bill. We had the public law advisor talk about this idea that the withdrawing of medical insurance could be viewed as the regression of access to healthcare for people with medical insurance. And on the other side, we had the state law advisor who backed up his opinion with case law, speaking about the fact that the Constitution does allow for some kind of approach to unfair discrimination to ensure that the broader aims of equal enjoyment of rights are met. So Section 9 of our Constitution is really where we talk about equality, which is one of our founding values. So we have equal before the law, and we have equal right to equal protection and benefit of the law. Equality also includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms, and that includes the right to health. And to promote the achievement of equality, we need legislative and other measures to be designed to protect and advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. So things like affirmative action or even something like the NHI could be considered one of those legislative mechanisms that the state can take to address the inequality that was, for example, demonstrated during COVID, right? So then when we go to Section 27, again, everyone has a right to access healthcare, and that includes the privilege, as demonstrated by the legal opinion from the parliamentary advisor. Everyone has the right to access healthcare services, including reproductive healthcare. Everybody has a right to sufficient food and water. Everybody, or those who need it, social security, including if they are unable to support themselves and their dependents, appropriate social assistance. And it puts a responsibility on the state to make sure that reasonable legislative and other measures are made within its available resources to progressively realize each of these rights, right? And I think this is a part of the Constitution that hasn't really, over the last 30 years, enjoyed much political debate, right? What is the extent of the state's responsibility in ensuring that it addresses the inequality to things like education and healthcare, given that our country has a long history of racialized income and other inequalities? What is the responsibility of the state? What is the framework? Where do we begin? Where do we end? And given the current fiscal crisis that we're experiencing, or the post-COVID uncertainty, what is the role of the National Assembly in beginning to give substance to this idea of progressive realization, right? Where do we begin? Do we start talking about prioritizing populations with the greatest risk? Does that mean that we have to start reflecting on how we allocate funding for healthcare? Do we have to make some difficult choices about which sectors we prioritize, whereas which sectors we maybe introduce different kinds of fee-paying mechanisms, particularly at higher levels of care? And I think this is one of those processes that we need to give substance. I think in your talk this morning, there was a lot of talk about policy and implementation. And I think that's an area that we also would need to implement. Is our policy fit for purpose, or fit for the context that we're seeking to change, right? Or is our policy overly informed by models that are not necessarily relative, how can I say, instructive for the context in which we operate? So Section 27 is the constitutional framework, and then the legislative framework for the delivery of healthcare services is within the National Health Act, right? Which basically gives substance to this concurrent relationship between national and provinces in the delivery of healthcare, where the idea is that it's carried throughout the National Health Act, is that national is responsible for the development of policy and the regulation of the health system, and that provinces exist to implement national health policy. Now, this is going to be an area that's probably going to come up for contestation over the next couple of months, as some provinces or entities will take the NHI process to court, right? Saying that the NHI, or the promulgation of the National Health Insurance Act, will result into an erosion of provincial autonomy. But I mean, as the Constitution and the Health Act shows, there isn't actually provincial autonomy, and provinces exist within a broader context of a sovereign unitary state, and they are merely service delivery agents. And I think this is one of the issues that we're going to be debating, and one of the issues that as politicians we also need to reflect on. But the minister has certain responsibilities within the National Health Act, right? Within the National Health Act, and I think this is a political accountability issue, we must endeavor to protect, promote, and improve and maintain the health of the population. So the population health versus some of the health care that gets delivered through our system is something that we need to also give a little bit more definitional clarity on. And I think it's something that a debate that politicians, like in your introduction, we should start reflecting them in the context of our obligations. Right? We need to determine the policies and the measures necessary to protect and promote and improve and maintain the health and well-being of the population. And again, this is an issue that politicians and legislators need to reflect on and actively contest. Right? And I think lastly, we have to ensure equity within our system. You know, we do have an unequal system. Our current system perpetuates inequality, and I'm sure Dr. Litlapi has schooled me sufficiently over time on how we've created this parallel system. It's a system by design. It's not an accident, and undoing it is going to take a lot. So what I'm saying is that where we are at the moment is, I think we need to go back to the basics. We need to understand what is the impact of the shock been of 2 years of being in COVID lockdowns. What is the result? And what is the kind of environment we need to look at going forward? So at RAP, we work on the 3+5 model, which is essentially just like a test for health system resilience and the kind of things that we need to do. And in those 5 elements, there are 3 main components. The first is strengthening health management information systems. so that we understand the extent of the problem that we're trying to solve. We can take the example of the response to tuberculosis. Now, at TB, we've been showing progressive improvements over the last 20 years. But for the first time in over a decade, during COVID, we had an increase in TB deaths and a decrease in TB notifications. But it's spread across all 52 of our districts, right? We know more or less where the highest burden of TB is, and it's mostly in 10 high priority districts across 2 provinces in KZN and in the Western Cape, right? So we have the health management information, but we don't really have the flexibility to move money around to respond to our most immediate priorities as demonstrated in our information. And without good data, we can't have good governance. If you as parliamentarians or legislators do not have a clear sense of the problem that we're trying to solve, healthcare can become very overwhelming because, like I said, healthcare needs are unlimited. Our ability to respond to it is limited. And the only way that we can do this in a manner that's in some ways ideologically blind and constitutionally approved is to actually look at the health management information and intelligence so that we can see where we need to make the biggest investment, where we need to make the investments to have the greatest impact. The second thing is on the funding, right? I think most people in the room are familiar with how we fund healthcare in this country. We fund it both at a national and at a provincial level. So post-elections, we could have a very difficult scenario where we could have one government, a national government made up of different political parties and different governments in each of the 9 provinces, right? And how they interpret these funding flows in delivering healthcare is going to be one of the areas where we're going to really need a lot of political maturity and debate. In the current system, most of the money goes, like I say, at the national level, 85% of the money that they receive gets transferred to provinces. All provinces are funded in an unconditional transfer called the provincial equitable share. So they have a fair amount of autonomy on how they allocate healthcare resources. But we don't really have a good legislative mechanism to reflect on how provincial health appropriations actually speaks to the need of the populations that it serves. Instead, we have a model where health funding follows a historical infrastructure. So in provinces with large rural populations like the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, and elsewhere, you'll find that a lot of the funding will flow into where the infrastructure is, which is often in the larger metros in those provinces. And as the flow is, as you move from urban to rural, the funding becomes significantly less. The third component that we need a lot more flexibility on is this issue of the health workforce. You know, when we look at the aggregate healthcare workforce, South Africa rates quite well in terms of ratios. But when we look at the public sector, private sector split, there's a lot of maldistribution of capacity. And I think this is something that the data will help us to understand better so we can take some of the emotions out of it and just understand where we're getting the best value, right? And I think one of the issues in the system at the moment is that we really actually don't even have very good health or hospital level type information systems that can tell us how optimally we are using the investments we are making in healthcare. We hear anecdotally of stories where often establishments are held together by a core group of 60% of the staff, and there's 40% of the staff that are poorly supervised, that actually don't do their share, and they place a bigger burden on the staff that are working hard. But we don't have governance and management mechanisms in place to really root this out. And I think one of the areas that we need to look at is really the management of remunerated work outside of public practice, or called RWAPs, which are largely abused. So I'm not going to go much further than that. All I'm saying is that we have healthcare is a very difficult thing to manage. Healthcare needs are very different across the population, and health security is an issue that people value very highly. And I think that's why this whole contest, or the binary between public and private, rather than how do we organize these health systems to operate in a unified way, is going to be one of our biggest issues, right? And I think if we don't address them at a political level, the politics or the confusion at the political level will flow through confusion at the administrative level. And certainly we've seen that in the last 15 years. So as rural health advocates, our goal here really is to advance the health of the population at large. And I think ultimately what we need is a system where we can address our health challenges in a unified way. where we can use both public and private capacity rather than seeing that these two systems as mutually exclusive. So I'll end there, and I'm open to any questions that people may have. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of our views. Over.
Thank you so much for sharing those really valuable insights, Russell. And I think it's, when we plan these discussions, we kind of put education and healthcare together because we thought there might be quite a lot of common themes, and it does come across that way. And I think what came out this morning, and I think what I take from your conversation as well, is that there is, so much kind of policy wisdom in the country, but when the big problem comes when it comes to implementation and budgeting, because that's at the end of the day how you make change, right? Even the best plan poorly implemented will get you nowhere. And I really liked what you talked about the use of data and information to inform policy making. I think, as you mentioned quite rightly, is that at the political level, I think an issue like healthcare can become quite emotive, and there's not a lot of reliance on the actual data and using data to make data-driven policy decisions, and I think that's really important. So I think the way that we've been doing today is just we'll have all our speakers have the conversations, and then once everybody is done, we will open up for questions. So Russell, I'm sure there will be a few questions coming your way a little bit later on. Dr. Kutsia, can you share your insights with us, please? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Russell. You've said so much. I don't know what's left for me and Hosi. But thank you. I actually agree with nearly everything that you have said. There's actually nothing that I can challenge. I want to say I'm looking at health from at health from a different perspective than the average person or the average politician out there. Being in healthcare for 35, 36 years, I understand health and I understand primary health care like out of the palm of my hand. I want to say it will depend on who you speak to regarding the current situation in South Africa healthcare, the national health insurance bill that's on the table. It's like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So you will get different opinions. But if I can start with, I'm going to sort of go quickly on your points. I want to say that education, health, and the social environment is interlinked. If you don't give good education, it's going to be a problem going forward to educate the masses around their chronic diseases and a good healthcare. If you don't have insight, if you don't understand, so a good school education system is extremely important. Social environment, doesn't matter how many times we will tell the patient to look what you eat, look at your, trying to uplift the patient. But if there's no money, there's no food, there's no running water, there's no electricity, you're actually speaking to someone that's already dead. You cannot. So you have to. It's interlinked. Again. I agree with need to look at proactive healthcare. So the thing is, what is proactive healthcare? Are we talking about outcomes-based healthcare? Because the current South African perspective in healthcare is I only go and see the doctor when I'm sick. So it means I've got a crisis. Now I'm seeing the doctor. I'm presenting with my heart attack. I never came for my tests. I never looked at what is my cholesterol, my sugar levels. Now it's cost the health care a huge amount of money because you're taking that person away from primary health care. It now moves into tertiary and secondary health care. And that's where your costs are lying. You need to keep the people healthy at primary health care. You need to make sure they go to the eye specialist for their diabetes retinopathy. You need to make sure that there's enough resources, and this is the complementary health services that you were talking about. So we need to look at all that. I want to say on the institutions, it is so important, if you look at your healthcare administrations, that we stop cutting down the trees. We need to start moving into electronic healthcare systems. We need to throw away any paper that you have. We need to measure the data, because if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And if you and what Russell correctly said is you need the data. So if you look at the data, I want to say today that there might be a lot of South African data, but we're not utilizing it. We always rely on data coming from either Europe or America. So we use their data. We will say their data, this is the best treatment guidelines for patients. And then that cohort of patients the study was done on was not done in South Africans or Africans. We've got different genetic compositions. We're not the same than other countries. And then you want to tell me I must prescribe that medication because that's evidence-based. I always say, what country's evidence-based is that? So we've got such beautiful, brilliant minds in South Africa, but we're not using the data. We're not managing it, and it's going to bite us, and it's already biting us. So, yes, we need leaner admin. You can get around, if you install in your people, and this is one of the things that I've also noticed, there's not accountability. People started to have an attitude, regarding their work. That their work is not their pride anymore. We need to bring that back. And people need to be proud on what they are doing, and ethical, and have integrity. It's not there. So yes, leaner administrations should be the answer. If we look, it's so bloated. I don't think that people even know what to do. So the more people you have there, maybe the better it looks for government, because you're creating jobs and you're giving people jobs. But unfortunately, most of these jobs are governmental jobs. So we're not creating new wealth. We're actually only circulating the same people in the same jobs that there is. So we need to start to work as well together with private-public partnerships in how to get better administrations out there, so that we can create a bigger tax inpool. Because currently our pool of taxpayers stays the same, and actually it's going down. So we need to be creative on that. I want to say on the public health system, yes, we need a healthier nation. But again, if you don't train the children at school, if you don't educate them well, how are you going to get it into their heads? What is a healthier system and a healthier nation? How are you going to explain to children what is non-communicable diseases? How are you going to explain to children to stop taking drugs and alcohol if there's no work in the community? How are you going to change that pattern? So we want to create better healthcare systems, but we have to start at home. And you need to change the mind of the young generation, because they're the future leaders of our country. It's difficult to change the mind of a 40-year-old person or a 60-year-old person. You're not going to get far with that. So you have to educate your children. You have to make sure. We look at the Mental Health Act. And it's, we're talking about mental health and how important it is. I want to say in the private sector, because I can't speak on behalf of the public sector at primary healthcare level, but around about 50 to 60% of your daily consultations is actually mentally inclined, if I can use that word. Why do I say that? People come in with fatigue, headaches, body aches and pains, irritable bowel syndrome, sleeplessness, tiredness, you name it. Most of that is not related because I have uncontrolled sugar or hypertension. It's because their working circumstances, their marriage, their home circumstances are so poor and bad, and they can't get out of it. To send such a person for a clinical psychologist, it's costing a lot of money. To get and this is where your complementary health services are so important. To get a occupational therapist to help them in their work, to get a social worker, and there's lots of social workers out there that's qualified. They don't have work. Why? In private it's difficult. I can promise you it's 10 times more difficult in the public sector. I want to know how many clinical psychologists do the public sector have currently working, not on paper. I call them the ghosts. I want to know, how many warm bodies do you have? How many social workers? Do you pay them? Do they go out to the communities? There's a lot of poverty. If you don't bring in your complementary health services and use them appropriately, you're not going to get anywhere. Because, you know, we learned during COVID to tell patients, wash your hands, you know, wear your mask. And then I realized, what does it help me to tell them to wash their hands? Because most of those people who make use of the taxis and mass transport doesn't have the luxury of running water. They can't wash their masks every night because there is no running water. So we need to fix the infrastructure. You need to look at, again, I want to come back to the Mental Health Act. It's extremely difficult. Currently, the prescribed minimum benefits only pay for, as a PMB, if you are suffering from schizophrenia or bipolar. Okay, and what did this bring into the effects of this is that if you look at the stats, South Africa is a bipolar and schizophrenic country because that's the only diagnosis, or that's the majority of diagnosis, because that's the diagnosis that's getting paid for as a PMB. Me, as a general practitioner, can't treat after 6 months a patient with major depression or mild depression because the Act is saying somewhere along the line they must go and see a specialist, a psychiatrist. If you look at how many psychiatrists there is currently in South Africa, it's totally impossible. And the cost of a psychiatrist privately, although the medical scheme are asking for this proof that a specialist is, make the diagnosis for Cipralex or escitalopram that costs 70 rand, that consultation is around between 1,200 to 1,500 rand, and that comes from the pocket of the patient, or if it's depleted, they will pay cash. So we're not serious with the Mental Act. We cannot have a country that's bipolar or schizophrenic only because that's getting paid for. Then if you look at the dual system, yes, we have said many times from the private sector side, from the general practitioner side, why can't we not in our communities, in our surgeries, have some sort of relationship with the closest hospital, public hospital clinic, where we help you with your patients. Let them come to us. Let us try and help and relieve that burden. The answer that we normally get is there's no infrastructure between, how are they going to make sure that we don't steal or that we don't misuse the funds or mismanage because there's no IT system. Then get an IT system going. It's not difficult. There's a lot of IT. There's a lot of, in fact, good electronic healthcare systems out there that's being used by the family practitioners out in the private sector. Not once that I hear that the public sector, with the Minister of the Department of Health, came to us and say, how are you running your practices? What is happening in practices? I've never heard that once. They are at this stage developing a new IT system. I can promise you, if they don't understand at the ground level what is happening and how we bill and how we do our notes, they can write that off. It's going to be money that's not going to be used. So we need to look at that. NHI, we need to, so just on the dual system, I can't understand why we can't all work together. So it can't only be that we as the private sector are seen as crooks, we will steal, we're not good enough. So that's a no-brainer that we need to work together. We need to look at NHI. I also always want and still want to know, NHI is only the funding system, and what is primary health care and who is primary health care? Because again, all I hear is what is going to happen with the medical schemes, the hospitals and the specialists. And then my question is that primary health care? Who is primary health care? For me, primary health care is the allieds, the what you call complementary health services. It is the general practitioners, it's the nurses. That, to me, in the dentist, is primary health care. We need to start to get those clear. Who are we fighting at this stage? And why are we fighting at this stage? So the healthcare institutions capable of delivering services, there are good healthcare systems in the public sector, but unfortunately it's not all of them. We need to look at what is currently happening, the amount that the National Department of Health and the Provincial Departments of Health look at paying out for lawsuits, and it still hasn't been addressed. And it always comes back to, most of the time it's cerebral palsy. And if that is so, because it is so, what was implemented in the last or past 10 years to make sure that this doesn't happen in the maternity wards? What happened? We're all aware of that. Was there any anxiety around national department and provinces to say, let's bring this down? That's very important for, to get that right. I also want to say that the public, because the public sector services in general are so poor, it makes the private sector looks better. But it's only because you benchmark them against another sector that's not doing well. So are we really doing that well in the private sector? Also, remember the Human Rights Commission that was health market inquiry that was very, very clear on what needs to be implemented, and unfortunately it's the responsibility of Department of Health to make sure that some of those recommendations being implemented. We haven't seen any movement or jumping in that direction. So yes, the private sector needs control. And again, if you look at the private sector, if you look at where the costs is lying, unfortunately we keep on talking about primary healthcare. Less than 5% of the total or expenditure goes to general practitioners. The rest, the majority of the bulk goes to hospitals, specialists, medication. Right, we need to fix that because you want better outcomes. You want outcomes-based. You want equality. You want proactive healthcare, but you're not spending your money in that direction in the private sector. I'm not sure what happens in the public sector. I think it's even worse there. Complementary health services is so important. Currently, GEMS runs a project. PPO services run it for them. It's quite a nice project that they are running, where the doctors that belongs to this group are getting remunerated if their patients stay healthy. If we make use of doctors that don't keep your patient in the hospital for a week, if they only had to stay there for one day, we can make use of physiotherapists, we can make use of occupational health therapists, we can make use of clinical psychologists and our social workers. And you cannot believe the difference it makes in primary healthcare to have a team looking at this. Medical professionals, working conditions, there's nothing that I can say. I cannot say that there's good working conditions. There is none. If you want to bring young doctors out to the rural areas, it's actually a non-brainer. What you need to do is to make sure that that institution where you want to get them to are properly furnished, infrastructure is working, there's water, there's medicine, make sure that there's at least a proper road to drive there, make sure that there's schools not too far, and don't overburden them. Make sure if you bring young doctors in there that there's senior doctors trying to help them. You will find doctors will go to these deep rural areas if the conditions are okay. But I do not want to work where there's no running water. It's a struggle to get toilet paper. It's a struggle to get soap. Why should I go and work there? It's easier to go and work in another country where you at least know the infrastructure is there. So we need to look at that. The training systems, if you look at all the money that we spent at Cuba, I know some people feel very strongly about Cuba, but if you look at that money, I cannot understand why we didn't bring that money back into the country upgrade our facilities and train them here in their own language where they understand the disease burden of their own patients, because we need to look after our own patients. We cannot give or help Cuba because it's in the financial difficulties by sending our engineers and our students there. That is not our first priority lies towards our own country. And then we've got a huge problem also with South African students studying abroad in China and all of those places. And yes, some of the provinces are just as guilty because they send them. And once these students want to come back to South Africa, it's a huge problem because university is not acknowledged by the HPCSA, and it brings a lot of unhappiness and court cases and God knows what. And then we also need to look at community service, because if you look at the community service, does it still add value? Do we need those young doctors rather in the deep rural areas or where there's a real need for them? And should we not looking at contracts, keeping them there for 2 to 3 or 4 years so that they start to understand the community, start to understand the disease burden, and help them there? That was most of the things that I think that for me is extremely important. But again, Russell, you also mentioned the policies and the responsibilities of the Minister of Health. I think it's extremely important. We do not hold them accountable to that. We need to start holding them accountable. We actually need to start looking at the definitions and see what is that definition, what is the real impact of that definition, and keep people responsible, hold them responsible for that. We need to look at policies. Currently, I can tell you there's a lot of policies that make no sense. We as South Africans love to have a commission of inquiry. Then we have all these new drafting policies. And you know what? It's still there and no one looks at it, except if it's for a punitive reason. Then someone will remember there was something. But it's never been properly implemented. And does it make any sense? We make it so difficult. If you look at healthcare, there's too many laws, there's too many rules and regulations that's conflicting to each other, and we're sitting in the middle and we're saying, well, that is it. We just do what we do every day and carry on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gutierrez, for all those valuable insights. I think, yeah, once again, just highlights the challenge of public healthcare. And I think this resounding thing of having a policy framework that is aligned with the reality rather than having an ideal state and trying to do that and implement that within a context that's just not possible, and then you fail the actual need. So really focusing on the basics and getting that right first before we start, make sure that everyone is running water before we start building smart cities, stuff like that. Yes, and I think the inequality of access just comes up again, and it was in education as well. And I've heard the adage of, in private sector healthcare, you pay with your money, and in public sector, you pay with your time. But I think that's probably a misconception, because the financial cost of someone that has to go to public healthcare facilities and miss out on a day of work because they have to go early in the morning, stand in a queue, and usually paid by the day. That has a massive knock-on impact. Whereas in the private sector, if you have a job and you have medical aid, you make an appointment and you go to the doctor, and you're done, you're back in an hour's time. So there's a big economic impact as well of not having access to a more organized system, I guess. Then I will hand over to you, Dr. Kgosi.
Well, I guess thanks for the invitation. But I guess, as Angelique said, after Russell spoke, she had nothing to say. And after she spoke, I even have less of nothing to say. But I guess maybe I will start by giving you 2 stories. When I was a young doctor, my white colleagues used to laugh at that my children were born at a private clinic because their children were born at the public hospital, because the public hospital was working. And our public system, as people of color, had stopped working. So it wasn't safe. But having said that, there are certain aspects that work. My father-in-law was a principal. And when he was sick, I took him personally to Para, not to a private hospital. Because I knew the people. I knew that if you get at the right level, you'll get the good quality care that you would not get in a private hospital. So people just need to have that in context. And as a young doctor, I worked as a senior house officer in cardiothoracics. And it came at a time when things were changing, when the Neds had decided to stop funding public healthcare. They had stopped adequately funding Black public healthcare a long time ago, but they now had taken a strategic decision not to fund white public healthcare. So things were changing. And in 1985, I was a senior house officer in the cardiothoracic department, and something incredible happened. Because of the deterioration of the support of white public health, the head of department in the cardiothoracic department at the Johannesburg Hospital kept asking for funding from the government, and they were not getting. So he had to skimp on research. He had to skimp on sending his faculty to other places so that you keep abreast. I think it was Professor Kingsley. And he saw that the services were deteriorating. Remember that those were the same services that there was a Jewish businessman called Tony Factor who owned half of downtown Johannesburg. And when Tony Factor needed his bypass surgery, it was done in a public hospital. And he owned half of downtown Johannesburg. But I guess that situation coming to the 80s was deteriorating. So somebody made the HOD in cardiothoracics an offer to say, I'll give you all that you want outside public service. Fully equipped Mill Park Hospital to what a cardiothoracic institution should be. Prof. Kingsley left with all his team overnight from the Johannesburg Hospital to Mill Park Hospital. And incredibly, we had our own cardiothoracic unit for Black people at Bara. And because of 76, there was an excellent surgeon that fled Mozambique. So came with a Portuguese team that didn't go back to Europe, came to South Africa when Frelimo took over. So there's a guy called Manuel Antunes. I've probably never seen a better surgeon technically. He was the head of the cardiothoracic department at Bara. And there was a dedicated cardiac theater at Bara, which only did cardiac surgery. So as a senior house officer, there would be 3 or 4 open hearts that are done, and you'd spend your day in ICU. We had our lane, we were doing 1 in 3 calls. And, you know, I had a niece that had a mitral valve disease, rheumatic heart fever, had her mitral valve replacement done at Bara before my time, but I came in and worked. So overnight, there was no access to public care for whites in Johannesburg. Guess what they did? They promoted Antunes. He took the whole team to the Johannesburg Hospital. So overnight, there was no access to surgery for Black people. Suddenly now, people had to be prepared and hope there's a slot at the Johannesburg Hospital and be couriered by ambulance for the surgery. And because they were African patients, they couldn't stay at the Johannesburg Hospital. And they'd be ferried back to Bara for care. Why do I talk about this issue? Is that in the past, when you're sick, you went into the public health system, not private. But a decision was taken to privatize what had been accessible to whites for a long time. You know, when you look at it, white South Africans had access to the best public healthcare system in the world. And the proof of that is that in 1967, that white public healthcare system gave the world its first heart transplant in a public hospital. No co-payment. The surgeon didn't have to submit a bill. Patient was paying tax, the surgeon was paying tax, all other people were paying tax, and the provision was provided based on need not on color. The color was white, so you already had your preferential kind, but it didn't matter what your work was, what your class was. In the white race, you got the care that you need. So I just want people to understand that. And when I started working, there was no medical aid for black people. So remember, between 67 and the 80s, they decided to stop funding. And I think that the watershed moment was the 76 riots. Because prior to that, if you look at the Rivonia trials, 63, 64, things happened. And people should not forget that post the Second World War, there was no decent health care, even for white people. And the Nets decided they're going to build a public healthcare system that works. You look at what happened overseas. At the same time, in the UK, the Brits came out of the Second World War. They were poor. But they made the ethical decision of starting their NHS. When they could not afford it, and the British Medical Association opposed implementation of the national health system in the UK. But they had a leader in the health ministry that had vision, that was supported by the prime minister of the time, and they built the NHS from being poverty-stricken. A national health system, you don't build it because you are affluent. You build it because you're pulling resources to create equity. That's what you do. And when you look at it, 1948, the Nets came to power. So before the English were in charge, and they never built a national health system. The Nets came to power between 48, by 67, they gave the world the first world transfer. And they built a national health system based on an efficient public healthcare system. When you were sick as head of state during those times, you used public hospitals. They went to Military 1, Military 2. Those are public institutions that were meant for the defense forces. And that's where the heads of state went. They didn't fly to America. They didn't fly to Russia. They didn't go through a blue light brigade to Morningside Clinic. They had their care in the public sector. The people that worked in the public sector, the academics, the professors, their families, when they were sick, they went to the public sector. They worked in. Today, the people that work in the public sector don't use it for their own health. They are on medical aid, they go outside. The ombuds, when he left a few months ago, said, I would never let my relative go into Rahima Musa Hospital. An excellent hospital. It used to be called Coronation Hospital and used to provide good care. But it's in a state where the Ombud said, I will not use it. So people need to understand that there was a strategic decision to privatize healthcare. When medical aids also, the first medical aid act was in 1967. Now, when you look at it, it was not started because they were looking for an alternate system. It was started because there were two funding mechanisms for factory workers in Johannesburg, and they wanted to control that. So there was a benefit society and a medical aid society, but there was no legislative framework around those issues. So they created a legislative framework that those that work, that want private insurance, it should be properly structured so that the security and all the things that come from HMI were part of how they created the medical schemes. People might not know, a judge chaired the tariff committee. The association would come in, everybody would come in, and they would agree on tariffs that would be binding for all professionals. And any professional that was prepared to be paid that tariff, patients would go to them. Co-payments were outlawed. So you were either in or out. If you were a doctor, you wanted to charge more, you stayed out, and they said you were not contracted. And it evolved. One of the laws around that medical scheme was the fact that care to patients will be guaranteed, care to members will be guaranteed, and payment to providers will be guaranteed, and it never lapses. And there were no, and it was community rated. As a medical aid, you created a basket for all your members, and they had a common benefit structure. There was nothing that said, the current system where you covered as long as you don't claim. When you claim, when you get sick, then you discover that you're not covered. Your co-payment for this, co-payment for that, this is not covered. There was nothing like that. So there was no administration burden on the medical schemes. And administration fees were kept to 2% maximum of the fund. You now have administration that's 20%. Medicals. So the money is going elsewhere. It's not going to care. There's no cross-subsidization. You have your own individual thing. Your funds get exhausted. You get thrown out of the private hospital when your funds get exhausted and they put you on the pavement and you end up in the public sector. So when Rina Venter went pre-94, they basically turned medical schemes, which was a community rating where you're pulling it out there, but you're giving the benefits that you already had in public health. Now it was made a feeding trough for business people, because they were now allowed to come up with different options, different schemes, charge administration fees that they want, a separate. Most schemes, the administration was internal. It was not outside. Now you have trustees there that are appointed by the administrator. They sit in the medical aid. It's money for jam for everybody. And the members are not getting the benefit that they want. So what basically happened is that medical schemes were turned into health insurance companies without those that run them having to put any money at risk. So it's an insurance system funded by an act of parliament. And you don't need, if you wanted to start a private insurance company, the ombuds will say, where are your policies? Actuaries would determine how much your potential liabilities are. And what the ombud would ask is, show me the money before you can issue the policies. You don't have the monies to pay for the policies, you don't get the license. Your products don't get registered. Here, you don't even have to. People's money are pulled by employers, and you just sit there. If this thing goes up, you take it away as a benefit. People forget that when we had, at the height of the pandemic, HIV pandemic, medical aid said, HIV is not a PMB. There had to be a fight to include that so that medical aid should pay for that. So what you see out there, those are businesses. And as Angelique said, the only thing is that, you have a far worse performing public healthcare system that is your comparator. And because of fear, South Africans have been made to be fearful. They've even been miseducated where they think this is their money. No. Medical schemes remain an act of parliament. And then when you talk about the dangers of a dual system that doesn't work, we are now making it a triple system. That won't work. What people are calling NHI is a low-cost medical scheme that's going to be administered by a political party. That's all it is. So the administration will be hand-picked cadres that have been deployed into that fund. And there's a sole one person that's going to be responsible for all those appointments, the Minister of Health. That's why it is urgent to pass it through now so that you can create another fund for skinny jeans administered by the party. And remember that, everything is up in the air. Post-24, they might not have the majority to control that fund. So it's important to establish those things now. That's why it's so urgent to go through. Because post-24, you don't know how South Africans are going to vote. It might not be possible to create a new honeypot for the political parties. Now, it's crazy. The reason health doesn't work in this country is because apartheid has been brilliantly maintained in health. What used to be white public health is now medical aid-based care, where affluent Africans like myself, the judges like Zondo, parliamentarians like President Cyril Ramaphosa can be on medical aid. So basically, we have joined white privilege, which was privatized through using the Medical Schemes Act to create the inequity of today, with Africans like myself as the administrators of apartheid health. When you talk to parliamentarians about this, they say, don't touch my permit. Whatever you do, don't touch my permit. And you can now talk in the context of Section 25, within available resources. Why are we making them apartheid resources that are separate pots for traditional whites and privileged blacks? And you leave others outside. Now you think there's money to be made by the missing middle, the lowly paid workers that can't afford the expensive premiums of medical aid. So you're making a national low-cost medical scheme. You call it NHI. If it's national, it has to be for all of us. And its first member should be the head of state and the Chief Justice and all the others. If it is not for all of us, it is not national. Give it whatever name you want, but it's a travesty and it's an insult to our intelligence to call it national when it is not for all of us. Now, people say we have freedom. No, we have a deal that's turning out to be a nightmare. Because that deal promised to dismantle apartheid. But what it did is just to create an elite that sometimes does not even work for that money. They get a deal there, 25% there, 30% of construction fees, tenders. It doesn't work. So if you want a system that works, what you should be doing is going back to nationalizing the medical schemes. Remember, you may have had a medical scheme from IBM, a medical scheme from there, but they were national. Because the benefits were the same, the rules were the same, and there were negotiations for fees. And you either agreed to the scale of benefits, and patients knew that they come to see you, there's not going to be money on the side. You're taking care of them. It was a national scheme, even though you had different ports, same rules. Cross-subsidization, keep your reserves, common benefits for all members, no classification. Because you can only cross-subsidize when you put the rich with the poor. If you segment, it's not a national program. So what we should be doing is to be amending the Medical Schemes Act, to turning them to be national medical schemes, common benefit structure, limited administration fees. And what you do, you collect information so that you have the information, you have the database, you apply artificial intelligence that right now to get the reports that you want. It's common for all of us. That's how you fund a national system. Provision. Provision can be both public and private, where we are. So what they need to have been doing is to be amending the Medical Schemes Act, making it a national medical act so that everybody that works is in that scheme. And the benefits are common to everyone. And you negotiate with all providers, and the members are not subjected to co-payments. And you get it where it is convenient, whether it's a private institution or a public institution. As long as they've negotiated, they've agreed to the tariffs that have been agreed upon, you choose where you want to go. What you don't do is to want to now have doctors apply to a political body for accreditation. That's madness. We're being accredited by the different regulators. We've been cleared to be competent to practice. And that's all that should matter. If you come as a fund, you should be talking about, do I have a contract with you or not? Not am I accrediting you? Because I can choose not to work for the fund. I'm still an accredited provider because I'm credentialed by a statutory body. You can't be an accreditor because you are a payer. No. You just tell your members we have a contract there, you can go there for free. And anybody that is registered with the relevant body should be eligible to be seen by those patients as long as they agree to the free structure. And every South African under that scheme should have the freedom to choose the provider that they want. Not a provider be chosen for them. Now, here are two key issues that need to be sorted out. Once you make health a national health scheme, and you make health a national competence, it must be clear and deliberate. And if there are constitutional reforms that you need to do, you need to make them and specify that health is now a national competence, not a provincial competence. So that there are no issues of lawfare. They are a political party, they are a majority. They must change the laws to make national health funding possible by making health a national competence. Otherwise, they have no business. They're just making money for lawyers. I mean, the profession to be in South Africa is to be a lawyer. Because we have a great constitution, an inefficient prosecution, and it's a paradise for criminals. That's what South Africa has become. Now, how can you not fix the legislative framework to say health is now a national competence? That's essential. So you don't get into arguing with provinces using money for different things. Two, there has to be line budgeting on our health money. We've got to be able to say, this is for security, this is for human resources, this is for drugs, this is for infrastructure. And once it's approved, you stick to that. So each center must come with a line budget to say, this is what I need. So you can stop the chronic underfunding of hospitals like Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where you are funded to less than 2/3 of your actual expenditure of last year. You're not being funded to succeed because it's not based on your real expenses. When we lose healthcare professionals in the front line, they don't replace them. But the admin sector is getting bloated. So when we talk about lean and mean, that's where it should be. And there should be specificity of an HRH plan. When we fund human resources, this is how much we fund frontline health workers. If I have a clinic that serves the population X, this is the minimum human resources that need to be in that place. If I have a 400-bed hospital, here's the human resources that are needed in that hospital. You need so many security, so many porters, you have so many theaters, you need so many nurses, so many what. It's there, it gets funded. That's how you get human resources that are sufficient. On a proper human resource plan, based on your normative standards for the quality care that you wish to provide. Now, once you've done that about making health a national competence, ensuring that there's line budgeting, you then come to the third but critical element. Health provision should be a civil service, not a political football. So you need clear separation of politics and civil service. And civil servants are career civil servants. Whether a political party changes or not, the civil servant should remain. Because that's a servant of the people. That's not a deployee of a party. Political interference should be criminalized. You interfere politically, you go straight to jail. No bail. If your case takes 30 years, you'll have served a 30-year sentence. So it'll be in your own interest to ensure that you get to court quickly. You can't be postponing and challenging the law on every whim. So that separation is essential. So that we get into a point where you don't have ministers changing DGs. When a new minister comes in, a DG disappears. DGs should be part of civil service. They should have contracts. Under civil service, they should not be political deployees. I'm not saying there won't be political influence. I mean, if you have a competent member of the ActionSA and you are the party in charge, as long as the person can do the job, that's all that should matter. You can't do the job, you shouldn't get the job. Then South Africa will work. So people have to understand that the key challenge that we face is separateness. And to create a third tier into it, you're not solving the problem. You're exacerbating the problem. And those of us, what we should be doing is to be nationalizing the medical aids, implementing the HMI recommendation. One of the HMI recommendations was that there should be a statutory tariff so that people have security. Those that provide know they can plan properly. Those that fund know they can budget properly. And things can be done professionally. So reform the medical schemes. Say, yes, we're going one payer. But there are certain things that we should be putting on paper. There will be no tendering for health services. We will use original equipment manufacturers where necessary. Just like we come with OEMs now to try and save ESCOM. We build in OEMs into the plan to ensure that we get the greatest bang for our money. And as a national health fund, you're not a price taker. You're a price fixer. Don't forget that white public healthcare system that was based on people utilizing their massive buying power. So I mean, drugs were at a fraction of what you'd get them privately in the public sector because of using that bulk buying power properly. Now you have a reversal, where things that are bought for the state are bought at exorbitant prices. And the private sector is now able to get the things at a more favorable price. And you know, these things can be done. You remember when Minister Aaron Motsoaledi came in and said to the drug companies, the HIV bill is too. I'm going to reduce the prices of ARVs. If you don't want to come to this price, I will buy them outside. Suddenly, the prices were dropped. That's how you use the power of buying as a nation. Right now, in the US, things have gone so out of kilter that President Biden has to pass acts to curb and to reduce prices of pharmaceuticals. So when you have that bulk buying power, you use it appropriately and will lower costs. What you then do is to ensure that infrastructure and technology is owned by the system, not by professionals. They shouldn't be trading with their MRIs. They should have access to that equipment. And you pay them for the professional fees of reading the MRI or doing the MRI. Not to trade with an MRI, where the bankers come in and say, you know, after 10 scans, it's profit. Then everybody that walks in gets scanned. Because you are no longer medical professionals, you are medical retailers. And we need to restore professionalism. So, you know, when people leave, the rural-urban divide is a national problem. Even where systems work well, like in Scandinavian countries, they still have challenges taking people to rural areas. And I got sad news for you. When our people live here and they go elsewhere, they get taken to where the locals don't go. They go to the rural areas of Canada. They are not going to the Central City or Melrose Arc of Canada. So that's a general problem that we need to deal with. Now on human resources, as a past president of the WMA, I'm part of a past officers council. And one of the things that the WMA will be taking to its General Assembly is a paper that says physician-led primary healthcare. Now, you see, doctors, we've sold out our profession. Because when a poor person needs a doctor, we say, no, man, we might train a gardener that can work with you and give them a label of community health worker or whatever, task shifting or whatever rubbish. Now, I've come from the WMA, and the policy is fairly simple. If you need a doctor, you should get a doctor. If you need to train more doctors, train more doctors. If you need a professional nurse, get a professional nurse. If you need to train more professional nurses, train them. People will come and say, but we don't have enough doctors. There are other cadres that could be leaders of the thing. We must stop apologizing for being doctors. And we must lead to the benefits of the patients. That does not mean if something is physician-led, it means as a physician you do everything. As you've said, Angelique, you create a team. But you have the expertise, the responsibilities, and the competences to provide leadership in the team. And all we just say, if you need a doctor, you should get a doctor. As I always say, if you are poor in South Africa and you have a brain tumor, you'll be seen by a community health worker. But if you're like me and you have a hangover, you'll be seen by a neurosurgeon with a physician in attendance. And that should stop. Health gives us an opportunity to really rebuild this country. To really put a more, as Steve Biko said, a more human face upon South Africa. Health will provide, but all of us should be in the same. We should restore the quality of our public healthcare system, because that's where we train. Now we train people, and you come out as a specialist, and there are things that are now ubiquitous that are being done in your discipline. But our teaching institutions don't have the equipment to teach you on that. You've got to go private. That's a calamity, and that needs to be addressed. When I started as a private ophthalmologist, there are things we didn't have in private. And we used to refer patients into the academic public hospital for those investigations. Now it's a reverse. It's a man-made reverse because we are indifferent to poor South Africans. We are creating something that is worse than apartheid that was based on the color of your skin. It's apartheid based on the size of your wallet and your political affiliation. So sadly, we've come to a point where what we've had for nearly 30 years is a failed test run of building a country that belongs to all of us. Here's an opportunity to build a healthcare system that belongs to all of us, that is used by all of us, where the entry points are the same for everybody. So I always tell people that people will say, there are not enough doctors, task shifting, task sharing. I say, on one criteria. The entry points are the same for everyone. If the poor have to go through a community health worker, President Cyril Ramaphosa must go through a community health worker. Then I will support it. Otherwise, it's discrimination with a black face administering it. And that should not be allowed. So for me, it's the separateness that is a problem. And if we come together and we co-fund, health becomes a national priority. We have a fund that pays. The people that run that fund are appointed by Parliament, not by a minister, based on competence. We have a council for medical schemes. We use whatever skills are in there. If we need to augment them, we bring them in there. The last thing we need is for somebody to say, I'm building something that's going to run a fund inside the Department of Health. Given the track record of the ministry, it's not even the duty of the health ministry to manage health funds. The duty of the health ministry is to come up with proper policies that work, ensuring that we have proper training, ensuring that we have a primary healthcare focus. Lastly, I just want to speak to the Cuban program. Some of you might not have the history of this thing. When Madiba came, he said, we need more doctors. And he went to the local medical school. He says, hey, increase your capacity. They said, hell no. Hell no, not possible. So being a man that always finds solutions, spoke to Fidel Castro. And Castro said, bring them, we'll train them for you. And the rest is history. So people mustn't come with this notion that there was a political decision to go and train people more expensively. No. White South Africa was not prepared to train more doctors. But yet some stupid things that happened. I mean, as an African, the institution that produced the highest number of African doctors was what is called SMU now, what was called Medunsa. But what did the black government do? They closed down Medunsa and continued to support the 2 white medical schools in the province. So part of the issue has nothing to do with white South Africans. It's about blacks and Africans in particular learning to love themselves, that they are equal human beings. You know, we should be ashamed that we could sit here, be a majority, and want to have affirmative action. That means something is wrong in our heads. Affirmative action is redress for minorities, not for majorities. So there's something wrong with the majority that we are. But as has been said, this country belongs to all of us. As Robert Sobukwe would say, an African is any human being who puts Africa first. It's got nothing to do with the color of your skin or the size of your melanocytes. It's about your commitment to the continent and its people, irrespective of your origins. So, on that note, the Cubans are steeped in primary healthcare. That's why they have the better healthcare outcomes that they have, despite a 50-year economic blockade from the US. They have the best performing healthcare system in the world. Why? It's primary care based. And people come and say the training is poor. No. They are primary care based. So when they come here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, let me thank all our experts that are here today. This is one of the most important, discussions that we have today. As ActionSA, we are very realistic. Like Johan said, we realize that we don't have solutions as a party, but we need the people with experts, people with knowledge. Having listened to everyone this afternoon, it was so encouraging to see that there are South African people who are willing to build South Africa, no matter what is happening in our country now. But the sad part is the government never gave the space to knowledgeable people like you. I've known you well. I was a member of parliament. I was in the portfolio committee of health. And you are one of the people that left a mark in my heart. Even today, I'm proud to have people like you and all of you who presented today. And if there's somebody who always want to talk the truth, even when nobody is prepared to do so. You are one of those people. One of the things that you touch about the Office of the Ombudsman. I worked with Dr. Mtateng when he left. It was a very difficult, job that he was given. And what is important, as much as we want to make sure that our healthcare system, our health establishment, whether public or private, they comply. There's a compliance. Do you remember we had an Office of Standard and Compliance that was established? The main intention was to make sure that there's a compliance so that we can improve the performance of our healthcare system. And I remember in 2013, in the Portfolio Committee, there was this amendment of the National Health Act to create that Office of Ombudsman and the Office of Standard and Compliance. I still remember in my speech, because they were saying that that office is going to be independent. My question during that time, I was with another political party, happened to be the DA anyway. But my question during the debate before the bill was passed, that amendment was passed, I said, I do understand this person. By that time, we didn't know who will be appointed. I said to Dr. Mzwaledi, I do respect your decision that you want to appoint this person. Why don't we allow Parliament to be the one to appoint the Ombudsman, the Chapter 9 institution? And secondly, why can't we give Parliament the opportunity to be the one that is funding this office? And why this person should report to you? Because one of the responsibilities of the Ombudsman was to receive the complaint and go investigate, but he was never given the adjudicative powers. He couldn't do anything. He would just write the report and come with the recommendation. And we questioned that. We said, why don't you give this person adjudicative powers? And secondly, why this person should report to you? Because you have a conflict of interest here. Unfortunately, Dr. Mzwaledi is one person who's is personalizing things. I said, this has got nothing to do with you. One day you won't be a minister, there will be another animal sitting there. But here is the issue. The Ombudsman go and assess any complaints about our public health and whatever. Why he must come and report to you? Because you are the one, actually, how can he come to report to you? Because you have an interest into this matter. So that was one of the things that I think going forward, if we are really serious in terms of compliance and the establishment of this office, we need to make sure that Parliament should be the one appointing this Ombudsman and the Office of Standard as the office itself. Because if they don't do so, there's no, how can you bite the master, somebody who's feeding you? You can't do it. So that's the problem. But luckily, the former Ombudsman, he's somebody with integrity. I remember at some time I shared so much moments with him because I could see he was suffocating. But because he was a man of integrity, resilience was there. There was not even a budget. Because how can the minister make sure that that office is having enough money? Because he's going to expose you. That was the situation where he found himself. But luckily, he's somebody who was very resilient, did his job diligently so, despite all the circumstances that. And I'm happy that we spoke about the lack of human resources. People complain there are no doctors, there are no nurses. You know, as I'm sitting here, I left politics 22 years ago when I left my nursing career to join politics more than 2 years ago. But I'm still paying my membership to South African Nursing Council. But the question is, when they are making their plan, I'm still accounted as one of the professional nurses, but I don't practice. Nobody can quantify the people who are registered to South African Nursing Council. Are they still practicing? Are they still in South Africa? Those are the things, because many nurses, they left the country because they are looking for greener pastures. I remember while we were still with Health Professional Council of South Africa, that's where you deal with the doctors also. But I want to find out, did you have a system that was saying that, okay, these people, they are paying their medical, their membership annually. Do you have a system to say, these people, are they still in the country or are they not there? Because we don't have the data that really gives the department, the right information. I think it's something that we're making all the time. As much as you touch with Cuba, we went to Cuba, and when I was in Parliament to do, it was a study tour. One of the most important things, no matter how poor they are, when it comes to primary health, it's one of the countries that is well established. If you talk about primary health care, all the multidisciplinary team, they are there in that clinic facility. That is why when you go to the hospital is empty, because people have been given the opportunity to be seen at the home-based level, where information, the doctors and nurses, they literally go to do door to door and teach the people about the information about what is the diabetes mellitus, what is this. So they focus more on the preventative more than the curative. It is so sad when you look at the budget of the Department of Health. Primary health care doesn't have enough. There's no budget actually for that. You mentioned, Doctor, the issue of mental health. Mental health in South Africa, as much as people were all of us. I remember when I was still in a nursing career, I used to say I will never drink antidepressant or any sleeping tablets. But to my surprise, I'm one of the clients who goes to the chemist every month to demand my sleeping tablets, to demand, I want to be calm and all those things. But the reality is, within the national department, when you look at the budget, mental health budget, it's actually lower there. It's not even regarded as a serious issue. That is a problem that we're facing, that going forward, we really need to make sure that it really get the attention that it really deserves. And I want to mention the issue of the funds. I'm happy that, Doctor, you spoke about NHI, because it's like in South Africa, there's a problem with money. No. The problem in our country, it is not as much as, despite the relative high expenditure on our health care, we're even spending more than the developing country when it comes to spending on our healthcare system, though our health outcomes are so poor. So money is not a problem. The problem is we are having wrong people. How can a hospital have a CEO who doesn't even have a medical background or a nursing background at all? You put that person. So it is clear that the political power and lack of accountability has resulted into people being abused by the politician. I was so excited when you talk about going forward. We also need to look into this tendering system, because it really has eroded our healthcare system. I come from the Free State. There is a hospital in Welkom. I remember the last time when I was doing the oversight, that hospital bought about 6 theater tables. Do you know that hospital, those theater tables, they couldn't even assemble them, the beds. They can't even assemble them. They tried to get, because they bought them in China, somebody just was given a big tender, got a lot of money, but the hospital, they are not there, they are not being used. So the problem in our country, it is not money. It's about we have wrong people. And the solution is we really need a political will. And if ever there's a time in our country where we need to stand up as South African, it is this time. If we miss this opportunity, I think we are facing a dire situation before us. But really, I've been so encouraged, having listened to the inputs that has been made today here, and we won't fail you. We'll try to capture whatever that we have said to us. We are still also consulting with individual South Africans, because as ActionSA, we need to make sure that when we put our policy, it's really, standing for people of South Africa, so that we can make the right decision. But standing together, we can fix this country to be a better place for all of us. And thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Patricia. So we are going to open the floor now for just general comments. I don't know. Sure. Here we go.
On the issue that our problem is not money, our problem is separateness. That's our problem. And that's why we sometimes think our problem is not money. Because I can put someone that doesn't know what to do, I can put a taxi driver to be a pilot of a plane because I know I'm not flying on that plane. If I were to fly on that plane, I will never put a taxi driver to pilot it. So the reason these things can be done, it's because of separateness. Because that's not where you go to eat. So you don't care whether the people live after eating that lunch or not, because you're not having that lunch. You're having a la carte somewhere. So there's that issue around money. But there's also the issue that we don't need 10 health ministers. So when you talk about lean, we should make health a national competence. And we only have one health minister. And you have a lower level political office at the provincial level that might be looking at policy implementation. But what value add do you have from the 9 health MECs? What are they doing? They've just got more people, more brigades, more cars. And remember that all that assistant, advisor, consultant, that's why you don't have money to pay for nurses. Because it's that same budget. These are not like this, there's a political budget somewhere that these people come from. No, they're eating the health budget. And that's why there's nothing left of it. If you had 9 SARS commissioners, 10 SARS commissioners, you'd be collecting less and half the money would be going to the offices that you've created. So we need to seriously talk about health being a national competence. And once it becomes a national competence, do you need MECs and MECs offices and all those issues? You don't. And do you know how many billions you could bring back into the system once you do that? So even though I don't disagree with you, I'm saying it should be put in proper context so that it is not lost. Okay, and it might be we are not utilizing the money in the pot as efficiently as we should. And part of the contributing factor is separateness. The second one is bloated administration. And the third one, in no particular order, is our buying habits. We are not managing that buying power properly. There should be no tenders. We should be using OEMs, etc., etc.
I think that's a very important point, that the issue of whether we have the funding to, so we obviously, there's never enough money, right? But we can have more. But I think something that came out of this morning's discussion as well is just the issue of how we spend our money. And I think that is absolutely the truth. There's so little oversight. And we don't, a public procurement system that doesn't focus on value for money, because the cheapest isn't always the best way to spend your money, right? But paying inflated prices just makes no sense. And if that's done hundreds of thousands of times across the state apparatus, that adds up and becomes a massive loss of our money. And I think if you think of economic infrastructure, our implemental capital output ratio, which is the returns you get from how much capital you spend, has decreased significantly over the past 20 years. So it's not a problem only in specific sectors of the state. It's really something that's cross-cutting. Cool.
Sidon, I also would like to just to have a few comments here. I think what is extremely important is we need to apply or employ people on merits. We need to start with the merits, and we need to look at skills development, and we need to do and see what skills are available currently in the public sector, as well as in the private sector in healthcare. So merits, I don't care whether you're green, yellow, pink, I don't care. I don't care whether you can walk or whether you can run or whether you need to use a wheelchair. If you can do the job, you're the right person for the right job, please get that person to do the job. It should not be based on whose political party you are belonging to or who your parents are. I want to make something clear as well. We are currently seeing in the private sector, in primary healthcare, that there are 3 schemes, especially key care from Discovery, your MediHelp, as well as some of the options of BestMed, where hip and knee replacements, you need as a patient to buy your hip replacement out of your own pocket. So that patients normally is elderly patients in their 60s, 70s. I can't refer them to the public sector hospitals because they also have a moratorium on what age group and what type of patient would they only help at this stage with their current resources. So we are leaving a certain age group of people with their severe arthritis in pain. There's nothing we can do. They belong to medical schemes, and this is where what Khosi said is so important. There should actually only be 3 medical schemes on the market, or 3 options that a medical scheme can bring on the market. It should be for high income, middle, and low income. And the medical schemes should actually be going to against each other on the services that they are delivering, not on the options that they have, but the services. If they don't give the patient a good service regarding hospitalization, how they struggle to get their accounts payable, all of that type of it should only be based on their ability to service those patients. And the options, the 3 different options should be the same. Whether I belong to MediHelp, whether I belong to BestMed, whether I belong to KeyCare, the options should be the same. We need to have them to compete against each other on the administrative type of qualities. Then training, we need to start training doctors and nursing people to what we expect them to do or what we think our outcomes should be. So if we think we need to train more specialists, then we train more specialists. If we think we need to train more doctors in primary healthcare at primary care level to go out and look at the Cuban model, then we do that. We need to make sure what training are we giving, at what level, for who, and what do we expect. And what Khosi said is extremely important because there is a tendency that people should go and see a nurse first, because that's the public healthcare system. In the public clinic, you go and see you get a nurse. But unfortunately, we get different types of nurses and different educated nurses. So most of the patients are seeing an enrolled nurse. Where are our registered nurses? How many registered nurses that physically see the patient are there? How do we know the quality of our training is adequate? But this is where we are moving into. And Khosi, you know it. And that's why, again, you will make a very important point when you said, if you want us all to see an enrolled nurse as a first point of entry, then so be it. Then everyone must see an enrolled nurse. Doesn't matter who you know, what your job title are. That's extremely, extremely important. And again, we need to make sure that we fix the healthcare. There's no reason why, again, primary healthcare cannot be more involved between the two different public and private sectors. We should build that bridges. Rather look at that. Rather try to fix your poor functioning public sector hospitals. Let's get them up to standard. And then we talk again. And it's true what Josi said. When I delivered my babies 30 years and 34 years ago, I went to the public sector hospital. I didn't go private. I delivered there. We, up until 1996, around about 1996, the scene started to change. Up until 1996, if you see a private patient, a patient on a medical scheme, and it's true, there were not a lot of exclusions, and you have all these options, and you can only send a patient or only prescribe A, B, C, D, depending on the option that the patient has. That was not there. So we saw the patients. If there's something that was not covered by the by the medical scheme, we referred them to the public sector, and they got the services. Now it is a nightmare. If you want to refer a patient to the public service, you need to actually know the CEO of that hospital or the manager, or you need to know someone to try to get that patient in. It wasn't always like that. And same in the private sector, your good specialists, some of them are so contracted out that it is also very difficult to send the patient to them because they don't have the money. Then the other thing that is also not acceptable for us is these hospitals, the preferred provider system that the medical schemes are using. So they will say Hospital X is the preferred provider. You can only go to Hospital X. Hospital X is more than 25 kilos from you. And we as general practitioners, we don't even know the doctors that's working there. And you expect me to send the patient to somewhere where the travel is far, while the hospital closest to them is less than 2 kilometers. So that's something that is not acceptable. We need to look, and it's all about money. In the end of the day, it's about money. It's not about what is important for the patient. It's not in the patient. We took the patient out of the healthcare system, and we put money in there. We put cadre deployment in there. We put everything there except the patient. The patient is standing there. And we need to treat those patients. Thank you.
There's one thing that you asked about the database from the regulators. I tried when I was the president of the Health Professions Council to change that. And the problem is the red tape. Because what you need to do is with renewals, you need to change a form and add certain fields where you are compelled. You can only proceed to pay if you filled all fields. And it should be able to tell you that you haven't filled where you're working. You haven't filled what your postal address is. Once you do that, but in trying to do that, people were saying you need to change regulations. You need to put it as part of regulations. So there's always this thing of I don't know, if you come into a bush, an open field, and you see there are groups of people, how do you tell which group is South Africans? The South Africans will be standing in a queue. I mean, they love administration. We just queue for anything and everything. And so that's part of our psyche. So that's why when you try and come up with reforms, they want regulation. There's resistance to making things work better. I mean, we had the workers at the HPCSA go on strike because they were threatened by us introducing technology and saying they are going to lose their jobs. And they went on strike, despite having guaranteed them that we sign here, nobody's going to lose their job. You may be redundant, but we're not going to put you out in the street. And they still refuse. So there's that issue where South Africans are resistant to change. No, we've always done it this way. And that becomes a problem. So part of it is what you find inside the South African culture, where people are comfortable in their jobs and they feel threatened by progress and improvement. It means I'll never be the top dog because now things have to improve. So there's that subculture in South Africa that becomes a resistance to making things better. Because we don't know whether this registrant is dead or still alive, practicing or not practicing, where they've gone to, they are in politics, or they are practicing but not practicing here, they're practicing in Dubai, coming for it. We don't. But it's easy to do that. You just create the appropriate fields, and if your application for re-registration is not completely filled, it tells you. And just like anyway, it highlights, or you haven't filled this, we don't have your new cell number, we don't have an email, we don't have it. That's all you need. And then you can produce those things. But it's also an issue of not being able to access parliament. And you're under a department that is overburdened. You got 17 statutory bodies. The minister doesn't even know how your CEO gets employed. And then you get political appointees where you have a board, but the board doesn't appoint its CEO. The CEO is appointed by the minister. You try and make improvements. You can't hold the CEO accountable for operational issues because they were politically appointed and they answer to the minister and the party. So even when they don't doing their job, you can't fire them. If you have a problem with them, you go to, it's up to the minister. You go to ask, minister, this person is not performing. And there's nothing you can do. You end up paying 2 salaries. The person sits there earning. You get somebody to act. It's a problem. Part of it is the way things are structured. When you create Chapter 9 institutions, then you should have total authority and account to Parliament on performance-based assessment rather than politics, or you didn't give my nephew a job, so you're out next time. Those are the things that count, unfortunately, in South Africa.
Yeah, I think that's, again, something that's so pervasive across all things, is this rent-seeking behavior within our systems and how it's, people are jealous of what they have and they want to keep that. And I mean, I think a lot of us are guilty against it. And I think my knee-jerk reaction to something like the national health insurance is, as someone that has medical aid, is like, but what about my private healthcare, right? Which is a problem for, I think, if we want to progress as a country, we need to think more about what is best for the country. And I think, so I think I have some questions surrounding just, I guess, the regulation of the medical industry. I think there's a lot of legislation that needs to be challenged and changed, and it sounds to me that, our medical aid legislation has really benefits the corporate interests. So it's once again that capitalize, or being overly capitalistic around it. But then also just some questions around barriers to entry into the medical field. I have a lot of anecdotal evidence where people just say they quit the medical industry or the medical profession just because of how burdensome it is to comply. Gynecologists are very scared of actually delivering babies without cesarean sections because the risk of being sued is so high. And my sister is an occupational therapist that had the privilege of raising a family and leaving the industry, but then now that she wants to go back, she has to back pay all of license fees. So it's incredibly expensive for her to practice a occupation that's not necessarily occupational therapy, at least the way that she wants to do it, is not necessarily a high-paying job, right? So that's also a challenge, and I think especially since we have a shortage of professionals, like what can we do differently to make sure that we fill those gaps? And immigration laws might be something that we need to talk about. It's for specialized skills, but I'd like to hear your views on this.
I think part of the issue is miseducation of South Africans. I've lived in South Africa all my life. I've had all my education in South Africa, and there were all these fears about our competence as African people, our humanity, and the challenges of being the only one in the department where people are amazed that you like them. So there's this thing where people talk about my medical aid, and people need to understand that when it comes to health, it's not like education. where you're taking your kids to private school, but there's no act of parliament that gives you a subsidy from your employer, a tax subsidy, and separates it so that you can take your kids to parliament. So medical aid is not private money. It's privatized statutory money. And people need to understand that. Okay, so and they must truthfully say, no. This piece of apartheid I want kept because it gives me privileges. Because it comes from Parliament. The Medical Schemes Act is no different from the Sobukwe clause that kept Robert Sobukwe in prison, having served his time for peaceful protest, for no crime. But it was an act of Parliament. So the medical scheme is an act of Parliament. NHI will be an act of Parliament. So what you will be doing is that at a political level, everybody accepts apartheid in health, that you're going to separate South Africans into different ports based on an act of Parliament. We do that in education, but it's volitional, and nobody can touch your money. This is a piece of surviving apartheid legislation protected by those that benefit from it. You know, let me go to what Angelique was raising about middle, high, and low. You can't do that because it's the same as saying white, colored, Indian, and African. Tricameral for the others, keep the Africans outside. You are separating South Africans. So it means if my fortunes improve, I move into the middle. When I get bankrupt, I go to the low. That's not the new South Africa that we're talking about. Why don't we have highways for the rich, highways for the middle, highways for the poor? We don't have that. We don't have electricity tariffs for the rich, for the middle, and for the poor. Let's build a nation. Okay, and this is where there's been this incredible ingenuity of keeping apartheid in health and making the individuals think it's their money. No, it's not. It's no different from white suburbs, white schools, etc. It's not. And you want your white schools kept white. You want your black and white medical aid kept black and white. It's privilege. And it's if it was scrap the Medical Schemes Act and there were people selling health insurance and you wanted to buy it, that might even have better protections for people because they'd have to give you a policy up front. And there'll be an ombuds that ensures that they live up to what they promise and they have enough funds for what they promise. And they can't chop and change in the middle because that benefit structure has to be approved by a regulator. And once approved, if they want to change it, they must go and ask and do proper actuarial valuation. So if they come, they have to tell you up front, as an old person joining a low-cost medical scheme, that understand that the problems that we have are not covered. Because you're old, you have arthritis, you need to be a bionic person, and we don't cover any of those. So basically, we're taking your money for things that you could get for free from the public sector, and you have this promise that, oh, I'm on medical aid. But you are not. Because they're giving you what you can get for free. And what you really need in that old age, they cannot underwrite. So they just exclude because they can write any benefits of what they want. And that's why it's money for jam for them. So what needs to happen is that then people can be creative. Adrian Goh has made a lot of money. He can now provide proper private health insurance under the Insurance Act, where the financial ombuds will make sure that you are properly protected. Everybody must have a policy in their own hand and know what it is that they covered for. You know, the 20 rand that you pay for a funeral policy is much, much more transparent than what happens in medical aid. Because you know you're going to get a pine coffin, you know, you're going to get 5 rands at a time, you want data, you must pay the better option. But you know upfront all those issues. Now, medical aid, I can tell you, even me, as a health activist, as a doctor, I don't know what I'm covered for. I'm at the mercy of the medical aid. Yeah. And it's only when you get sick, they say, hey, you know, chemo, you've got cancer, you will pay 6 chemos. And they tell you you need 12 cycles. Yeah. But you only know that the day you claim, because it's not written up front. Now, if you go the insurance route, they would have to specify all those issues in the policy document. You know, when you have car insurance, you're clear about what your excess is, what is covered, what's not covered. You know, if you didn't have a tracker, it gets stolen, you own your own. But it's clear up front, all those issues. Medical aid is obfuscation, and it's not private. It's a statutory fund. It's privileged apartheid health that all of us have become accustomed to. And all that needs to happen. If they scrapped it and you continued without a Medical Schemes Act and you continued with whatever plan you're on, Discovery, Momentum, they now have to issue you with an insurance policy because that's why you've taken insurance. Not medical aid. Medical aid was a white enclave. Make it an enclave for everybody. You know, the fact that you've allowed privileged blacks like me, it's very clever. But 30 years later, all of us need to wake up. That this is a human rights violation.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah. Do you have anything more would you like to add?
No, the reason why we're saying 3 options is to keep people happy. So if you want to be happy and you're willing to pay, pay. If you're not willing to pay, then make sure that doesn't matter now to which medical scheme you are going, at least you know what options, what your, as Khosi said, you know what you're going to get for your bucks.
But
and
that would be unconstitutional.
I know.
The section says within available resources, and it talks about for all of us.
Yeah.
Once you make separate ports, you're violating that constitution. Rewrite it and say that section becomes rewritten.
No,
and on health, we're not united. There'll be health for the poor, health for the middle class, health for the rich.
Yeah. I hear
it's
you.
Embedded in our constitution. When we come with those arrangements will not only be inhumane, they'll be unconstitutional. But you can't take them to court because it's the rich people. Remember, if you take them to the constitutional court, all the judges are on medical aid.
Yeah, Khosi, I hear what you say, and it makes sense to me. So then we all need to be on the same one. But the current insurance plans that they want to bring in is also a problem. I've seen some of them, and that's not okay. It's not. You're really going to see the cheapest of the cheapest services that you are going to get on that. So for Khosi, no, I hear what you're saying about the 3 options, and the way you explain it, you know, it actually makes more sense to me. Thank you.
My last comment, I just wanted to remind everyone, when we talk about this thing of NHI, I'm still having a document. I happened to look to get it in my documents. It's one of the things I didn't throw it away, because you know when you leave Parliament, you are angry. So this you just throw anything that is inside your house. But if you remember, in between 2016 and 2018, if I remember, there was a NHI pilot, about 10 district pilot projects. And as members of Parliament, we went to do oversight to those pilot projects. They were all failing. They all failed dismally. But, you know, it's surprising that, you know, politicians, there are people who choose when to remember things and when to to be aware of certain things. Because how can you do a pilot project to gauge whether this thing is going to work? And it didn't work. And there's something that you also mentioned in your presentation. One of the things that we're saying to Parliament was to say, why don't we work together with private sector, because private sector, they have the resource, they have everything. Why do we view them as our enemies instead of working together, you know, sharing the ideas and everything? And, you know, it's funny because when you look at these cosmetic surgeries and whatever, people talk bad about South Africa. But something that I can tell you, South Africa, we are not a bad country. Yeah, with the things that are happening politically. But comes to trained people in the medical field, nurses and doctors and other multidisciplinary team, who are the best as compared to other countries. You know, being a professional nurse in South Africa, I can work in another country. I remember when I used to work in casualty, there were times when we couldn't wait for, because doctors were so overburdened and so many things. But as professional nurses, who could switch out the patient, you know, like a plastic surgeon, and you know, we were so proud to do our job, you know, diligently. So you didn't even wait for the trauma doctor to say anything. Patient came with, you could see that is a step wound, the difficulty in breathing and whatever, nursing care plan. We could just go quickly to the doctor and say, you know what, I'm taking this patient quickly for X-ray, for chest X-ray. And when the result came, is a pneumothorax. And already, while the patient is in theater, you put already the kit here for the doctor to do anything. I think now the environment make people working in our private healthcare not conducive, not to be able to do anything. In our time in private healthcare, there was everything. You mentioned any drug was there. It was not now in the public sector. You know, I remember now when I went to the hospital, now in the public hospital, even a Voltaren is Schedule 4. You don't find a Voltaren lying anywhere. There's nothing literally there. So, but what is important, we need to stand up. Like you said, a healthcare, it's something that we cannot compromise. It's something that we need to rebuild it, to rebuild this country.
You know, people, we need to re-educate ourselves. And we should be clear about what is it that we're asking for. And I mean, I've just stopped seeing patients post-COVID because I'm in my 60s and it's time to give it up before I get sued. But in the 30-odd years, I've worked in the private sector because I was not accepted. I couldn't get a job in the public sector. Okay. So when we talk about engaging the private sector, we must be clear in our minds what we're trying to say. And if you go back to what I've tried to explain about the funding, we have private sector provision, but the funding is from Parliament. It's not from the private sector. And that is why, if you stop medical aids today, that private sector would collapse. So it's not a private sector, it's a privatized sector. Okay, the private schools, you can't touch them because people pay with their post-tax money. And there's no way you can cut those legs out because it's based on, you know, affluent South Africans not liking poor South Africans and wanting to be separate. And we're doing it volitionally without being supported by Parliament. You'll be amazed how many parents will take their children to schools they can't afford. But they are not assisted in any way. So you need to reframe the issue of the cooperation. But once you bring the funds, and they are national, under a Chapter 9 institution, a Chapter 9 institution will negotiate for all of us the terms of going to those private hospitals. They can't take them anywhere. And you still have to utilize them. So we got to separate the notion of funding and private provision and not conflate them. And this is nothing new. You know, when I was about 8 or whatever, I had tonsillitis. And my parents took me to a local GP, Dr. Jivo. And that's where I was treated. That was private. There's no medical aid. They paid from their pocket. And I went for private provision. when my cousin had lymphoma in 1967. Went to see Dr. Jivo, who referred him to Bara to go and be treated there. So all of us had access to primary health care, and we had common entry points. You went to the clinic or you went to the GP. And that was common. And that's how, and that was private. No parliament interference, no third party interference. When you go to your traditional healer, that's private. There's nobody telling you what benefits you can have. You can have Sirokolo, you can have Mklonyana. There's nothing. It's between you and whoever you've chosen to go and see. You're not asking for assistance from anybody. You're paying. And you choose the traditional healer you want to use. That is private. And nobody talks about the benefit structure. But like and they don't wash you the other side. There's nothing like that. So I mean, the problem is that when people are privileged, we lose our minds. When things don't work, we blame people from outside. When systematically, the politicians of today pride themselves in more mushrooming squatter camps. Habitats not fit for human consumption. That's what happens today. And nobody's saying, but this is not fit for human consumption. Even apartheid townships were not like this. There was space between them. They were well built. They were not going to fall on you. I was raised in a house that my parents moved in the late 50s. No crack to today. So I mean, there are issues where South Africa is not united. We have been in struggle, but the struggle has been for individual. There's no collective psyche. There's nothing that has been built post-94 that is for all of us. The only thing that we have from post-94 is the vote. And there was no voting places for the rich, for the middle, for the lower. The boss went with the maid and they queued. And that was equitable. The fact that it was based on a deal and political shenanigans, and we've seen very little dividend from that, that's a different discussion. But there's very little that unites us as South Africans. So you want to be in the safe place. Nobody says there should be no crime in this country. You want to gate your community instead of saying, what are the issues that make us a violent, uncaring society? How do we deal with those issues? And coming to your need for sleeping tablets and what? South Africans are at war with themselves. This is a hostile country. And if we think mental illnesses will decrease, not in this hostile country that you live in. So part of the issue is making South Africa livable for all those who live in it, and you will reduce the incidence of mental illness. So effectively, we need to create what is our dream. Stop the pipe dream of the country. Just as people, do we recognize ourselves as fellow human beings, and are we prepared to build a better country for our children? We're not there yet. And that's the problem. And that's why when Parliament steals from unity and gives you a medical aid, you think it's private money. No. It's Parliament taking away a dream of a united South Africa.
Thank you very much. And I think that does bring us to the close. And I think a lot of reflections today, but one of the things that has been so transparent, or apparent, when I was looking at various different policy issues in South Africa, is that, and like you talk about the lack of unity and the lack of unified vision, and it's the political discourse is generally about what's good for me and my people rather than what's good for all of us. And I think that's something that we need to reconsider as a nation and think how do we achieve that unified vision for a better nation? Because what is good for my neighbor is good for me, right? I think that's, at the end of the day, the big thing. So we have come to the end of our proceedings. I just wanted to say thank you so much for our experts for joining today. For Russell, I think is not with us online anymore, but we really appreciate his insights that he shared with us today. And then, yeah, Angelique and Jose, thank you so much for being here today and making the time to come join us. And we really, really appreciate your inputs. And hopefully you'll see your thoughts reflected at our policy conference in September. And I really think engagements like this really make sure that we have a more robust idea of what we're doing, rather than just being a taking typical political approach and just looking at the symptoms rather than actually understanding the root causes of the things that keep us back as a society. So thank you so much, and again thank you to the Konrad Adenauer Foundation for hosting us in their boardroom today, and for DreamStream for making this available online for everyone. And Patricia and Ingrid, thank you so much for joining us today as well. We appreciate it. And yes, with that, we thank you and we say goodbye and good day. Thank you so much. Bye.